Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us during that delay to get folks into the building. I'm calling to order the MTA Board Meeting of June 2024. First order of business is to hear the safety announcement, and then we'll hear from public speakers.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Kate Contino, can we hear from public speakers, please?
Good morning, Chairman, and welcome to the MTA Board Meeting's public comment session. We have 140 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum, including speaking on topic. When we reach the allotted time, we will transition to a live recorded session. All comments will be distributed to the board and posted online. And as a reminder, I would like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker today will be City Comptroller Brad Lander, followed by Assembly Member Bobby Carroll.
Good morning. Thank you very much for making it possible for everyone to get in, to the chair, to all the board members. We appreciate you. In recent days, video of Dick Ravitch standing before this board has been circulating online, reminding the board in a serious way of its fiduciary duty and that politically expedient reductions of tolling that prevent the MTA from meeting its capital obligations and its service obligations aren't consistent with that duty. It's powerful testimony. I'm guessing some of you have watched it. I want to thank the MTA board for rising to those words from Dick Ravitch, for taking fiduciary duty seriously, despite political pressure, and making clear, as the federal government did last week, that the MTA board stands ready to implement congestion pricing as legally required, and perhaps even more significant in the resolution that you're considering today, making clear that the 2019 law implementing Central Business District tolling program remains in effect and is legally required. That recognition is at the heart of the legal action that a coalition that we've developed with environmental legal expert Michael Gerard is considering. The 2019 law does remain in effect. The steps required by the governor and the state transportation commissioner are legally required. You're correct in that assessment in your resolution, and correct on the law. In addition, you may have seen State Comptroller Tom DiNapoli put out an analysis making clear that the congestion pricing revenues are not only necessary for station accessibility, for signal modernization, for on-time service, for the Second Avenue subway, for the Interborough Express, but that if it doesn't go into effect, the MTA's cost of borrowing will go up, operating expenses will increase, and indeed service, reliability, safety, frequency will all be jeopardized. So I would just say, when strap hangers, when people with disabilities, when New Yorkers who rely on mass transit,
conclude your remarks.
when both comptrollers and Dick Ravitch agree the path is clear, go ahead and pass this resolution and do everything you can to take congestion pricing off pause, to make clear to the governor and the state transportation commissioner
Please
that the
conclude your
steps to
remarks.
implement it are legally required so that we can move New York forward. Thank you very much for your consideration of this resolution and for what you're doing this morning.
Our next speaker will be Assemblymember Carroll, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and members of the board. I'm Assemblymember Robert Carroll. I represent the 44th Assembly District. I appreciate the opportunity to address all of you, but I regret the circumstances. I've been a strong supporter of congestion pricing since it was first approved by myself and my colleagues in 2019. After years of work and numerous public hearings and overcoming all manners of bureaucratic and technical hurdles, it was great to see the MTA poised to implement a well-crafted central business district tolling program. The governor's abrupt announcement to indefinitely pause, can you please stop speaking? To indefinitely pause the implementation of this program was shocking and deeply disturbing. The governor's move is bad environmental policy, bad transportation policy, short-sighted politics, and usurping of the legislative process. New York City's vibrancy and that of the entire metropolitan region depends on a high-functioning mass transit system and relief from traffic-clogged streets, bridges, and roadways. City residents, especially working-class New Yorkers and suburban commuters, depend on public transportation, and we simply cannot afford to let that system deteriorate. And that is why I am urging all of you not to allow for the undertaking of painful cutting of the MTA's capital budget, but instead vote to implement the congestion pricing plan as it was created. That will allow for you to hold up your fiduciary responsibility, protect strap hangers, and make our city a better place. A place where our streets our air is cleaner, our streets are safer, and our entire region is more movable and livable. I urge you to do that.
Please
I
conclude
urge
your
you to
remarks.
vote down the governor's pause and implement the congestion pricing plan. Turn the cameras on. Flip that switch.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Doom, gloom, and despair. There's a dark cloud hanging over the head of transit riders. Millions of us across the region since the governor decided to pause congestion pricing. The 2019 law she pushed aside to allow the desires of the few to outweigh the needs of the many. But facts speak louder than diner patrons. Some 85% of commuters into the CBD take transit, including from New Jersey. Congestion costs some $20 billion a year per the partnership. More than 100 million jobs and billions of federal dollars are at risk. Only 1% of drivers into the CBD have incomes below $50,000, and they'd get tax credits. Low-income New Yorkers take transit, and subways, buses, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and Staten Island Rail will all see concrete improvements from the $15 billion raised through congestion pricing. Traffic speeds in the CBD are abysmal. A chicken can literally run faster than buses. Reducing congestion is in the name of the program, and cutting gridlock will increase bus speeds, improve emergency vehicle response times, and help deliveries. Drivers will benefit from smoother rides. Improving air quality and addressing the climate crisis will not be met by throwing an IOU at the problem. Hundreds of millions of dollars in mitigations for and across environmental justice communities will benefit residents across the region, including New Jersey. They just need congestion pricing to start. Even governors can't arbitrarily decide to change the agreed-upon toll at the 11th hour. It's not the way the process works. We should be celebrating a June 30th start date, not waiting to hear what accessibility projects are going to get cut. How long we'll wait for signal upgrades and station improvements. How long we have to hold out hope that the MTs can keep it together, that there isn't another mudslide on the Hudson line. Governor Hochul, congestion pricing is the law. Unpause the pause and flip the switch. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by State Senator Gornaris, followed by State Senator Brisport.
Good morning, everyone, on the Wednesday after my 38th birthday. One thing is for sure, June 30th, congestion pricing should start because it's the law. What Governor Hochul did 3 weeks today is unconstitutional because no governor has the authority to rescind a law. That is for sure. In all 50 states plus territories, that's including Puerto Rico. So one message is very loud and clear. You have 140 public speakers. That's a new high in this building, including myself. I could be 38 years old. Of those 38, 31 have been using mass transit in San Juan, in the Florida Panhandle, and in New York City. I don't own a car, but a message is very clear. Congestion pricing needs to be implemented because a lot of things has been needed. Accessibility, signal upgrades, stations need to be renewed, among other things. The battle versus upstate and downstate needs to end because people like me are getting sick and tired of it. Election year after election year, we need to hear it again.
Please conclude your
and it
remark.
gets annoying. So, folks, let's do the right thing and flip the switch now. And Jano, thank you for doing the great job and keep doing it, and I'll support you all the way, whatever it takes. So I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Senator Gornaris, followed by Senator Brisport. Senator, you should have a prompt to unmute.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. I literally just 2 minutes ago got off the B-37 bus. I'm State Senator Andrew Gennardis from Brooklyn. I first want to align myself entirely with Comptroller Landers and Assemblymember Carroll's remarks and comments, and just remind everyone how and why we got here. The MTA capital plan was underfunded for decades because Albany kept insisting that they would pay for it out of the general fund going from the mid-90s on. And we saw 25 years of disinvestment that led to the summer of hell where the entire system was at the brink. Just relying on Albany's promises to fund the MTA capital plan is not a solution for public transit. I know everyone at this board knows that because this board has supported congestion pricing and has a fiduciary duty to make sure that this program is implemented. And as someone who represents an outer borough community that is transit starved, lack of accessible stations, and suffers from having the R train, the N train, the D train, and others that are at the bottom of our service list, I was able to build political support for congestion pricing by going into communities that had been ignored for transit for far too long and say, this is what we're going to get. We are going to get elevators. We are going to get new stations. We're going to get upgraded signals. We're going to deliver a mass transit system that works for outer borough working class communities. So as you are looking to cut this capital program, do not divest from the very communities that are hearing from a small minority of loud voices to oppose congestion pricing. And remember the vast majority of working class New Yorkers who are in the far reaches of the outer boroughs, who depend on this transit system and who support this program. And we built political support for this program on the promise of elevators, signals, trains, platforms, and better buses for all. That is my message to this board, and I urge you to uphold your fiduciary duty and not allow these cuts to continue to go through in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Senator Bridgeport, followed by Assemblymember Simone.
Hi, thank you. This is Senator Brisport from Brooklyn. I want to thank you for opening this open to public comments, and I urge the MTA board to move forward with congestion pricing as scheduled on June 30th. I speak in mind with my disabled constituents and elderly constituents who need the accessibility upgrades on the AC line along Fulton. I speak on behalf of my constituents, all of them who need modernized signals and working trains. I speak on behalf of all my constituents who deserve clean air and safe streets when they travel into Manhattan. I again urge you to uphold the 2019 law and maintain our government system of checks and balances. It is wildly reckless and dangerous as a precedent for the governor to indefinitely postpone the implementation of a law that's been passed and signed. We cannot run a state on last-minute whims of one singular person. Again, I urge you to start congestion pricing on June 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Assemblymember Simone, followed by Michael Ring, followed by Borough President Reynoso.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'm Assemblymember Tony Simone. I represent the 75th District, Chelsea, Hell's Kitchen, Midtown. Look, I'm sick of seeing congestion in my district, wall-to-wall cars. It's bad for emergency services. It's bad for the economy. The business community agrees. I know the MTA has a lot of hard choices ahead, as does the legislature, but I agree with my colleagues who just went before me. We're not going to be able to fill this hole with other choices like a payroll mobility tax, putting the burden on just New York City. We should put the burden on the folks that use the roadways. We need less cars in the business district, not more. This is good, sound environmental policy, economic policy. Look, we've studied this for decades. I get politics gets involved. Figure out a way to, phase it in, do whatever you need to do. But we need congestion pricing yesterday. We're behind the curve on that. New York City should be the leader on this, not postponing it due to politics or an election. I urge the MTA board to go ahead with the June 30th date. If that doesn't work soon after, figure out a way to make this work. The alternatives are far worse. I'm getting lists of capital projects we aren't going to be able to fund because of this silly decision that is detrimental to my constituents. My constituents have been calling and emailing us off the hook. 99% of the emails and calls are for us to move forward because we are in the congestion zone. We are highly affected by this really dumb decision to delay congestion pricing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Borough President Reynoso.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ring. On Monday, I came here and I paused for 2 minutes because that's what the governor wants us to do, sit and wait for trains to come, wait in traffic. But today, I'm going to talk about the organizations I represent. I represent Riders Alliance because most people who live in New York City take mass transit to get to work, to get to school, to get to appointments. I represent Disabled in Action because many people in New York City are disabled. I represent people who are disabled because more people, once we have elevators in every station, more people will use the subway to get to where they want to go than will drive into the congestion zone. And because I represent New Yorkers more than the governor does, I'd like to announce today that I'm running for the governor of the state of New York. I represent New Yorkers. She represents people who own football teams in upstate New York. It's a long way away. It's going to be a long haul. I'll be looking for alliances in my fellow New Yorkers, people who actually live in New York and know how to move around in New York. So let's vote Michael Ring.
The next speaker will be Borough President Reynoso, followed by Senator Jessica Scarcella-Spanton.
All right, good morning. I have talking points that anyone on this board could probably write here because that's where I got all of my information from. And I want to just try to do the best I can to actually convince people that this is a bad decision and that we should do something else. Because why even have an MTA board if the decisions are going to be made solely on political whims? We have a fiduciary responsibility here that you're all well aware of. And we're allowing for political decisions to make calculations for long-term sustainable and meaningful transportation policy. And we just can't have that. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add value. This board has consistently been disrespected and thrown to the wolves every single time a governor wants to make a political decision. And what we've had is arguably one of the most underfunded, best but underfunded systems in the entire world. There has to be some level of pride, some ego, something that comes upon you to say that there is something we must do. We cannot allow for politics to be the sole determinant of transportation policy in the greatest city in the entire world. And that's exactly what's happening here today. And you're going to hear a ton of people that are going to be fighting for better outcomes, are going to be fighting for you, people that love you. Jano is arguably one of the most popular people in the transportation community. We know where your heart is, and we're just hoping that your heart will lead you today, and we allow and we start moving away from politics being the sole determinant of the work that we have to do here today. And I'm doing this on behalf of Brooklynites. The IBX is something that's going to expand economic, housing, and so many other opportunities for Brooklynites that have been starved, that have been out of the system. Transportation is one of the greatest equalizers when it comes to economic mobility and development for poor people that are black and brown. And we're moving away from all this for politics. Please, I ask you to do the best you can to vote no or vote yes on unpausing the pause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Spread.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be State Senator Jessica Scarcella-Spanton, followed by Assemblymember Michael Tanusis.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Senator Jessica Scarcella-Spanton. Again, I want to commend the governor for putting a pause on congestion pricing. Not only would this have a very detrimental impact on my constituents' pockets and the cost of it, but also the environment. The environmental issues are a major problem. The air quality on the North Shore of Staten Island, which is predominantly Black and Hispanics, would be detrimentally impacted. It's not right to place one borough over the other. And I also wanted to share some local Staten Islanders. Who here is happy that congestion pricing is over? Absolutely. Everybody is extremely grateful to the governor for doing this. And we encourage her to keep up the pause. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Assemblymember Michael Tanusis, followed by Assemblymember Harvey Epstein.
Good morning. I'm Assemblymember Michael Tanusis. I represent a portion of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and the East Shore of Staten Island in the State Assembly. I have testified before you numerous times. I have held press conferences. I am a major opponent of congestion pricing because I believe, and evidence has shown, that it would be fundamentally unfair to the outer boroughs, especially Staten Island and especially to Bay Ridge. Don't get me wrong, I am a user of mass transit. I use the express bus and I also use the subway. However, this plan would have been to the benefit of a few, to the detriment of many. It would have increased pollution and traffic in Staten Island and in Brooklyn for the benefit of a few in Manhattan. I applaud the governor for finally listening to the constituents and putting a permanent pause on this program. And I also want to say that any conversation in regards to the funding of the MTA should start with the over $700 million that the MTA loses every year to toll and fare evasion. I recently took the subway from downtown Manhattan to Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. As I entered the subway station, I counted no less than 6 people walk through the open door with no one to stop them. No one had paid the fare. When we put an end to the $700 million that the MTA loses to fare and toll evasion, then we could finally start the conversation about funding for the MTA. The MTA is to provide a service to New York City and to New York State, not be a detriment to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Assemblymember Epstein, followed by Elizabeth Adams, then Hassan Quasi.
Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Harvey Epstein. I'm an assembly member on the east side of Manhattan. My entire district is within the congestion zone. And so in 2019, we passed a law that we all passed, that we said congestion pricing will start. And then the MTA did its job and put the infrastructure in, spent $500 million on infrastructure, ensured that we could get this thing off the ground just in a few days from now. We were focusing on 3 issues: an environmental issue, a congestion issue, and a fiscal issue. And that's what congestion pricing solved, all 3 at the same time. So here we are, just a few weeks after the governor's announcement. And what are we going to do with the billions of infrastructure that we need in the MTA? What are we saying to our disability community if this board doesn't allow this to go forward? What are we saying to the advocates and the people who, over the last 5 years, has been fighting and fighting and fighting to make sure this gets started? We collectively made a decision. We, the state of New York, made a decision. We, the legislature, made a decision. And it's beholden upon you, the board of the MTA, to ensure that begins. It is to ensure that we make sure our subways are accessible for the hundreds of thousands of people who need it to be accessible. What are we going to say to those folks who are saying, we're never going to comply with the ADA? We know that 3/4 of our stations are not accessible. We're never going to make them accessible because we don't have the capital dollars to do it. That is not the plan we put forward. That is not what we spent years fighting for. I encourage this board to allow congestion pricing to begin, because what New Yorkers have been asking for, what we need. So yeah, there's always polling against things. When we ended plastic bags, people are like, we need our plastic bag. Now everyone takes their bags to the supermarket. People get used to congestion pricing like they get used to everything else. It is what we need to do. It is what we decided, and it is what the law is. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth Adams, followed by Hassan Quasi. Feel free to approach the microphone when your name is called.
Good morning to the board. My name is Elizabeth Adams. I am gravely disappointed in the governor's lack of leadership that has put New Yorkers' health and safety at risk. Congestion pricing is the law. MTA voted just a few months ago to implement it. And no one person is above the law, whether or not they are governor. And it is time to turn the program on now. The impacts of the governor's pause are already being felt. Work on the 2nd Avenue subway and accessibility upgrades have been stopped, directly harming millions of riders who rely on transit every single day. The devastation is wide-reaching. It will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs, $10 billion in federal matching for projects, a further slowdown of the already slowest buses in the country, and our ability to breathe clean air. Only 2% of commuters into the CBD drive, and the pause is a slap in the face of the millions of New Yorkers who depend on the transit system that you all work for and fight for every day. It is why business leaders, climate, disability rights organizations, transportation planners, and community actors are all standing uniting in opposing this pause and agreeing that the postponement is disastrous for our city's future. If the governor goes through with this, she should be prepared for lawsuits on June 30th. This board has a fiduciary duty to enact this program, and we encourage you to speak out against the governor's pause. As Comptroller DiNapoli said, congestion pricing is the only path forward to fund the MTA. Flip the switch now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hassan Quasi, followed by Catherine Garcia. Seeing no one approaching the mic, we will move to Catherine Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Garcia, and I'm representing the Sierra Club. I'm the director of our Clean Transportation for All campaign. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Last week, Sierra Club's executive director, Ben Jealous, joined the leaders of 4 national environmental organizations, calling on Governor Hochul to immediately recommit to congestion pricing. Her sudden reversal away from implementation is ill-considered, ill-timed, and morally irresponsible given the enormity of the climate crisis. This week, 100 million people across the country are experiencing extreme temperatures. This is the moment for climate action, and congestion pricing is a proven tool the city can deploy now to slash emissions. I was shocked to learn that the congestion pricing would be indefinitely delayed despite the tremendous benefits, including reducing traffic in Manhattan, improving air quality, and funding $15 billion worth of improvements to New York City's subway and bus network and rail lines. For years, Sierra Club and the environmental community broadly has applauded New York's leadership in tackling the climate crisis. Ahead of Governor Hochul's recent decision, as New York was poised to launch the congestion pricing plan, advocates across the country were eager to praise New York's program and use it as a model to ease traffic, improve travel times, and curb pollution. Now the future of the plan is in jeopardy, which means New York's climate goals are at risk, and New York's funding for affordable and reliable public transportation is uncertain. What is crystal clear is that New York must move forward with congestion pricing implementation, and Governor Hochul must start congestion pricing on June 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Megan Wiley, followed by Samir Lavinia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Megan Wiley, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at the New York Building Congress, which represents 500 constituent organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals. On behalf of our members who build New York, I'm here today to voice our indignation and dismay over the decision to indefinitely pause congestion pricing. After weeks of careful consideration, countless studies, plenty of testimony from all of us today, and much debate, we were just weeks away from a congestion pricing plan that would have helped us reimagine our transit system into a manner befitting our great city, only for the governor to abruptly announce its pause, throwing not just the future, but the present state of the MTA into chaos. To make matters worse, no alternative solution has been proposed to make up the $15 billion in MTA capital funding dependent on its revenue and the jobs that those would create, nor does one exist. This postponement puts more than a quarter of the MTA's capital budget in limbo and leaves the MTA without the financing needed to transform the region's transit into a world-class system that is accessible and equitable for all. That was made clear last week when the MTA canceled contracts for the long-awaited Phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway, leaving the residents of East Harlem in the lurch, and announced a reevaluation of plans to make stations accessible for all New Yorkers and signal systems modernized. Aside from the critical infrastructure updates, thousands of union construction jobs will be lost without these projects. On behalf of our membership and the entire industry, we implore the board today to proceed with a well-studied congestion pricing program as planned and as previously approved 4 days from now on June 30th. The implementation of congestion pricing is imperative for safer, cleaner, and more equitable New York, and we cannot stand in its way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samir Lavingia, followed by Hassan Quazi.
Hello, my name is Samir Lavingia. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 5. We worked with other community boards in the congestion zone on a letter that hopefully you all received, and I just wanted to speak on that for a minute. Getting a letter like this together, especially on a short timeline, is difficult, so I wanted to thank my community board colleagues for all the hard work they put into this, and it should really show how critical an issue like this is to get us all on the same page. It was officially signed on by community boards 2, 4, 5, and 6. It was also passed by the CB3 Transportation Committee, but they did not have a chance to vote on it at their full board meeting. Between the 4 community boards that signed this letter, we represent hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers who stood to directly benefit from less congestion. I wanted to quickly summarize some of our requests in that letter. We call on you to exercise your independence and adhere to your fiduciary duty to ensure the long-term stability of the MTA by doing everything you can to get congestion pricing back on track. We also wanted to ensure that congestion pricing is the way we get that long-term stability and that funding. It isn't enough just to fund the MTA capital budget, but we must also reduce congestion on our streets. Our residents stood to gain so much from a reduction in congestion, including improved traffic flow, air quality, health, decrease in emissions, more equitable transit, better street safety, and so much more. None of the alternatives that we've seen would fill the capital budget gap would address the horrible congestion that we experience day in and day out on our streets in the Central Business District. The decision to indefinitely suspend the program is unconscionable and must not be allowed to stand. It is not just bad policy, but undermines the rule of law, and poor governance. It is the reason that so many younger voters like myself are losing faith in our governmental institutions and our ability to get big ideas done. If we can't get congestion pricing, how will we deal with climate change or any other issue? Thank you for being here today, and I'm sure that these last few weeks have been very hectic for you all as well, so I wanted to thank you, and I hope that in the future we'll see this as a small speed
your
bump
remarks.
on the overall implementation on congestion pricing.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Hassan Quasi, followed by John Padula, then Patrick Condren.
All right, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's board meeting. I'm here on behalf of Riders Alliance. I'm a Brooklyn resident living right off the Q train adjacent to a future Interborough Express stop at Avenue H. My office is located within the CBD tolling district in the Meatpacking District. I also have asthma, which flares up with smog and airborne pollution, the likes of which we've seen over the past week. I spent some of my childhood growing up in London, a city with congestion pricing since 2003. In fact, my brother still lives in Stockholm, a city with congestion pricing since 2007. All this is to say, congestion pricing is not an abstract concept for me. I've lived its benefits elsewhere and know both as an urban planner and on an individual level for it to be the right policy for New York City to adopt. I have a right to cleaner air, which CBD tolling will provide. I have a right to better outer-borough transit connectivity through projects like the Interborough Express, which CBD toll revenue will in part provide the capital money for. I have a right to more reliable mass transit through massive CBTC expansions, which again, CBD toll revenue will in part provide the money for. Fortunately, congestion pricing has been enshrined in law since 2019. I respectfully and emphatically urge the MTA Board to continue to not back down in light of frivolous legal and political challenges to CBD tolling and to enact CBD tolling at the soonest practicable date. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Padula, followed by Patrick Condren.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. So there's a lot of folks here today, a lot of you don't know me. I am a civil servant. I work for New York City Public Schools. I'm a supervisor for Educational Vision Services, which is the department that handles all the blindness services for our students with blindness and low vision. All that to say that I need to be careful because this is all very political. And no matter where you stand on congestion pricing, the bottom line is what happened to the folks, the hardworking folks at this agency is just disgustingly wrong. All the hard work, everything that everyone put into this, to have the rug pulled out from underneath them at the 11 o'clock hour by an egregious overreach is just disgusting. Jano, I can't imagine being in your position, receiving that news. I don't even want to know what that felt like. I'm so sorry. There's so much work that has to happen here, whether it's congestion pricing or whatever it is, but there's a lot of accessibility work that has to happen. We need newer subway cars. I love getting on an F train or an R train because I know I have a better shot of being on a newer subway car there that will actually give me an audible announcement, so I'll have a clue where I am. I get on an N train, those cars are from the year of the flood. Good luck. I don't know. Maybe I wind up where I'm supposed to wind up. Maybe I don't. Phase 3, Accessoride, very excited that that's starting. Traditional Accessoride needs to move forward as well. Rachel is fantastic, but she's not a miracle worker. She needs modern software. We need that RFP for the modern scheduling engine. So there's a lot of things that have to happen. I don't know who's responsible for this overreach, but perhaps a bill for damages should be prepared for them. Guys, my name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Patrick Condren, followed by Grace Rao.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Condren. I've been before you many times. I am the administrator of the Bus for NYC coalition here in New York, representing the private bus industry, which has been part of the mass transportation system for many, many years. And we are pleased to say we continue to work with the MTA. The coalition, commuter, contract shuttle, charter and tour companies, is part of the system that works, and notwithstanding the exemption issues, the realities of participation issues, we look forward to congestion mitigation issues, congestion resolution issues, and clearly the congestion pricing programs would be in need for the congestion issues in New York City. Also, the MTA projects, we fully understand and represent that we all need help in transit here in New York City. And this was a model for which, we need to do that. So we look forward to resolution of this congestion pricing for you as quickly as possible. We recognize the challenge you have and feel terrible what you're dealing with right now. But on behalf of the private bus industry, Bus for NYC Coalition, we look forward to the resolution for the benefit of the riding public. And as in the past, I'll be quick, so I think my message is clear. We work with you. We look forward to working with you on these things, and we're sorry that this happened the way it should, and hopefully it gets reconciled by you guys as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Grace Rao, followed by John Orcutt.
Good morning. My name is Grace Rao. I'm the executive director of the Five Borough Institute. We're an independent public policy think tank that was co-founded by Dick Ravitch. As we grapple with the consequences of Governor Hochul's decision to indefinitely pause congestion pricing, I keep thinking about Dick Ravitch, the former MTA chairman, and what he would have done to meet this moment. As all of you know, Mr. Ravitch was a civic giant who fought for sensible fiscal policy to ensure that the MTA was on strong financial footing. He supported congestion pricing, but even more broadly, he supported and fought for reforms to define the fiduciary responsibilities of public authorities like the MTA. Reforms like the 2010 Public Authorities Reform Act. Mr. Ravitch appeared before this board in 2014 to reflect on that law, and I want to quote from his testimony. He said, "That law made it very clear that you, as members of the board of a public authority, have as your fiduciary responsibility and obligation to the mission of this authority and to the authority itself." He was urging the MTA board to reject a program at that time that would voluntarily reduce the MTA's revenue by $7 million a year by providing commuters on the Verrazano Bridge a rebate on the toll. The rebate appeared to be an election year gambit to help Democrats in nearby House races. In the end, it didn't help. We can't know what Mr. Ravitch would say if he were here with us today, but his testimony rings true at this moment. He said, I quote, "I feel strongly about this. I feel strongly enough about this, remembering all the battles that I fought to eke out every possible penny of revenue for this authority, to urge you to think very hard before you vote to voluntarily reduce the revenues to the MTA. For not just the reasons of your fiduciary responsibility, but because of plain, simple common sense. I urge you all today to do everything in your power to launch congestion pricing." Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Orcutt, followed by Tom Wright.
Good morning. If the legislature actually has a new transit funding source up its sleeve, it should not be used to bail Governor Hochul out of the chaos she made when she suspended congestion pricing. It should be applied to the 2025 MTA capital program, whose planning and funding window opens very soon. The new program will define very extensive needs, but is currently completely unfunded. I know you all on the MTA staff and board know this, but it's underappreciated in the legislature and in the press. Investing in New York's vast transit system is not one and done. Congestion pricing was designed to fund a single 5-year capital program. Defunding the 2020 capital program to the tune of $15 billion or $17 billion not only blows apart the current program, but it will severely impact what can be done in the 2025 capital program, pushing a huge set of needed transportation improvements and benefits into an unclear future. Because of Governor Hochul's action, we'll collectively be doing a lot less, with a broad range of bad consequences, including many fewer jobs upstate, as reInvent Albany and the New York Times lay out this morning. I'm sorry everyone at the MTA is having to go through this. Anyone with an ounce of sense knows full well that congestion pricing was not going to win popularity contests prior to implementation. You did your job and provided leadership when it was required. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tom Wright, followed by Rachel Foss and Susan Lee.
Morning. I'm Tom Wright, President and CEO of Regional Plan Association. I'm here this morning to urge the members of the MTA Board of Directors to do everything in your power to implement congestion pricing, a policy which will bring important benefits to New Yorkers, businesses, and residents of the entire tri-state metropolitan region. No other policy holds so much promise to invest in our mass transit system and manage our out-of-control traffic congestion. It has worked everywhere it's been done. It will work here. As Judge Lyman wrote in his powerful opinion last week, the impacts of congestion pricing have been painstakingly studied. The policy will generate over $1 billion annually for transit while reducing traffic congestion, which is worse today than ever before. Vehicle speeds in Midtown now average just 5 miles per hour, 3% slower than in 2019. The streets are full, and the best way to grow the regional economy is to reduce congestion and fund mass transit. Pausing congestion pricing threatens not just $15 billion for the MTA's capital plan and our hopes of getting traffic under control, but it also jeopardizes billions in federal funding and over 100,000 jobs, as reInvent Albany's research has shown. If political leaders are worried about unintended consequences, which is always a possibility, they have many options for mitigating these concerns. But it should not be rejected out of hand, especially when we have invested so much in the program and are so close to what would be a transformational shift in how New Yorkers, commuters, and visitors travel through the city and region. This is our chance to build a safer, cleaner, more equitable, and prosperous city and region for our children and grandchildren, so please don't delay to move this policy forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Foss, followed by Susan Lee, then Joe Rappaport.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government, including authorities like the MTA. We thank the MTA Board and staff for your public service. We recognize you are under immense pressure due to the governor's congestion pricing pause. As covered by the New York Times this morning, reInvent Albany published an interactive map of the MTA's direct spending, which show the MTA paid $35 billion to tri-state vendors from 2014 to 2023. Unfortunately, our analysis also found that Governor Hochul's indefinite pause of congestion pricing puts more than 100,000 jobs in New York State alone at risk. While most MTA capital work is done by private contractors, prior analysis by us found that $3 billion, or 21% of the $15 billion raised by congestion pricing, would support in-house capital work conducted by MTA workers. And Governor Hochul has also put their union jobs at risk. The economic reach of the MTA is vast. Our analysis shows that companies doing business with the MTA are in every single congressional district in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Additionally, 100% of New York State Senate districts and 98% of New York State Assembly districts have local companies that do business with the MTA and whose jobs are at risk. There is no viable or realistic funding source to replace congestion pricing. In a few short months from now, the MTA Board must approve the 2025 to 29 capital plan, which will have vast revenue needs for stated good repair projects that will keep the system from falling apart. The governor must flip the switch on congestion pricing because there's far too much at stake. Beyond the 100,000 jobs that will be lost, the damages are becoming increasingly clear to the MTA's operating budget and its ability to provide the reliable public transit that is essential to our economy. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Lee, followed by Joe Rappaport.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Lee. I'm the president of New Yorkers Against Congestion Pricing Tax. I am here today to speak about the pause on congestion pricing, and I applaud the governor for doing such. A lot has been said about the pause. However, no one has really talked about the reevaluation that was issued 2 weeks ago. According to the reevaluation, the revenue generated from congestion pricing tax will only be $900 million, which is less than the statutory obligation of the $1 billion that's needed. You know what that translates to? That means that the $15 that you're proposing now will undoubtedly increase over time. Oftentimes we quote about what London is doing. London started at $6 20 years ago. 20 years later, it increased by 300%. It is 15 pounds now, which is about $25. That is going to be what's going to happen with working class New Yorkers. Additionally, I want to point out that in the reevaluation, the mitigation went from $100 million to $300 million. What that translates to means that there will be increase in pollution, more so than when it was first pointed out. Are we saying to people in the Bronx that, sure, we're going to send pollution up your way as long as we build an asthma center? Sure, we're going to have babies with asthma, but we're going to have an asthma center for them. That is not an option for me. So I hope that you will continue to work with the governor to find solutions to continue this pause. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe Rappaport, followed by Andrew Ryan.
Good morning. I'm Joe Rappaport of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. On Monday, 17 disability groups and allies sent letters to Governor Hochul and legislative leaders, which you should have at your desks. We urge them to immediately find other funding sources for the MTA if congestion pricing does not move forward. We wrote, you have myriad choices for how to secure the necessary funds, but it is not our role to suggest, promote, or win approval for them. That is your job, we said. We also recounted the 45-year-long history of trying to get the MTA to make the subways accessible. Only recently, and only on some aspects of accessibility, did the MTA finally make progress, to your credit. Now that progress is in jeopardy. Along with Albany and the mayor, you here at the MTA have a job to do. 2, your job at the MTA isn't only to tell us what won't happen with the loss of this particular source of funding. It is your job to put together the other non-regressive options for funding and to get the governor and the legislature to adopt them now. Don't wait for the governor to come up with ideas. Your job is to convince the governor to get her act together, to convince the legislature that blaming the governor doesn't get them elevators or cleaner buses or new signals. Your job is to convince the mayor to actually play a role beyond outside observer. You must lead. Do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Andrew Ryan, followed by Congressman Gerald Nadler.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Andrew Ryan, President of the Citizens Budget Commission. The governor's congestion pricing pause has both opened a $15 billion financing hole in the 20 to 24 capital program and heightened the focus on using precious resources on critical basic infrastructure investment needed to keep the system from crumbling. 2 points should be clear. 1, congestion pricing is a smart way to finance MTA infrastructure investment, and the board should do everything in its power, in your power, to implement it as soon as possible. And 2, investing in state of good repair and basic modernization always should have been top priority before capacity expansion. This should not be news. Instead of scrambling now to identify substitute revenue and risk short-sighted decisions, the focus should be on using available funds to accelerate investment in state of good repair, unpausing congestion pricing, and producing by October 1st a thoughtful 25 through 29 capital program that sustainably finances core infrastructure needs. Make no mistake, the MTA's ability to proceed for some time without congestion pricing revenue does not mean the pause is painless. It accelerates the opening of an operating budget hole and risks wisely sourced financing that delivers trifecta benefits. Furthermore, if congestion pricing is taken off the table, it will make financing the critically needed basic projects in the next capital program that much harder. We do have enough time to be smart, but we don't have any time to waste. Next, the state should say when the congestion pricing pause will end, preferably as soon as possible, or at least by the end of the year, so projects move forward. The MTA should focus on and commit to the most critical projects to rebuild and improve the system as quickly as possible. The MTA should propose a 25 to 29 capital program that wholly prioritizes the most critical rebuild and improve projects and is sized to be ambitious but achievable by the end of 29. And finally, the program should include a sustainable, fair financing plan, one that apportions the non-federal share regionally and appropriately costs drivers, riders, and taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Congressmember Gerald Nadler.
I want to start by thanking the board for the opportunity to speak. As a longtime advocate for congestion pricing and congressional representative for the Central Business District, I find Governor Hochul's indefinite pause of congestion pricing misguided, harmful, and likely unlawful. The facts are clear. 85% of commuters use transit to the CBD, while only 8% from New Jersey and 3% of New Yorkers drive. It's disappointing that the governor has chosen to align herself with a small vocal minority of drivers who don't qualify for exemptions or discounts over millions of daily MTA riders and countless others who stand to benefit from congestion pricing's promise of decreased traffic, gridlock, safer streets, and cleaner air. As you know, the governor's pause on congestion pricing has far-reaching implications for the MTA, which now faces a potential $15 billion revenue loss, putting crucial signal and accessibility projects at risk. It's also estimated that at least 87,600 jobs relating to MTA vendors alone are now at risk. The pause also risks substantial federal funding for vital projects like the Second Avenue Subway, Phase 2, and Penn Station access. While I don't believe there is an adequate alternative available funding source, it's important to note that congestion pricing distributes the cost of these upgrades among all those traveling into the CBD. Any alternative revenue stream would unfairly place the financial burden directly on New York City's economy. In addition, of course, we have to regard the effects of congestion in the CBD, which would be alleviated by congestion pricing. The average speed of a fire engine or an ambulance in the CBD is 5 miles per hour. Lives will be saved. As the board is responsible for the MTA's financial health and stability, I believe you have a fiduciary duty to ensure congestion pricing is implemented to avoid substantial negative impacts on the MTA's current and future capital programs. The MTA is the lifeline of the New York City metropolitan area, and congestion pricing is the best and only solution to get our transit system back on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Lieber, we've reached the allotted time for this public comment session. At this time, we ask that the remaining registered speakers stand by, and we will transition to a live recording session in a separate space. If you're a remote public speaker participating on Zoom, just stand by. We will relocate and get back with you in just a few moments. For public speakers in the room who would still wish to speak, please exit this space that way and turn to your right. There will be staff in the hallway to direct you to the overflow session, and we will resume there in a few moments. Thank you.
And thank you to Kate, and thank you to all the members of the public, both those of who have spoken and those who are lining up right now to continue to register their testimony. I know that the members of the board will want to view the testimony of all of the folks who took the trouble to show up today. So thank you in advance for continuing to make your voices heard. Now we're going to move on to the business of the meeting. General Counsel Paige Graves, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we have a quorum. We also have Board Member Zuckerman and Board Member Herbst attending virtually.
Okay. Before I provide an update to the board in a few minutes and get into the regular board business, we're going to convene an executive session to discuss matters related to collective bargaining. May I have a motion to convene executive session pursuant to New York State Public Officer Law, Section 1051E? Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis, for the motion. I see a second from Ms. Lopez. All in favor? We're in executive session. Thank you. Okay. We're going to resume the public meeting. While in executive session, the MTA board discussed and voted affirmatively on a labor agreement between MTA and various labor unions. So that piece of business has been accomplished. I just want to give a sort of roadmap to what's going to happen in the next phase of the meeting, which is I'm going to give my remarks as I do every month, and then we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Mulligan and Jamie Torres Springer about what's going on in the capital program, where we are in that process. We will discuss the capital program issues, and then we will address the motion, the resolution that has been circulated to the board, and have discussion of that resolution and ultimately a vote. So that's the choreography of what's going to take place going forward. So with that. So thank you to everybody who showed up at this meeting today, especially the members of the public. Biggest turnout that anyone can recall for an MTA board meeting, and there is a lot of passion on this issue on different sides sometimes, but the engagement of so many New Yorkers with the MTA and the issue of how do we create a great transit system and a safer city and a better city is important for all of us, and we thank you for being here. Now, every month I use this time not just to give a report to the public, but really to talk directly to my MTA board. And everybody has been reminding us appropriately that we are fiduciaries, and that is especially important this month when we're facing challenging issues as we have been for the last couple of weeks. But this board, the new MTA, New Yorkers to the core, are no strangers to managing tough issues. As I said many times, what we do as a group, as an organization, and hopefully in keeping with what the public expects from us, is we identify problems and we tackle them head on, whether they're expected or unexpected, big or small, and whether they have to do with emergencies or operations or capital projects. In every case, we try to take the same approach. Assess the situation, develop thoughtful policy responses motivated by our shared passion for mass transit and what it delivers to this city and this region, and then to be relentless about executing like the effective business-minded organization that the MTA is becoming. In recent years, we followed that playbook again and again with our operating budget crisis, with our capital construction challenges, and on specific projects. And I'm going to talk about each of those areas for a moment. In 2021, the year I became chair of this great institution, the MTA was dealing with a 55% reduction in ridership that had literally wiped us out financially, and which was exacerbated by what felt like an erosion of safety and a sense of order in the subways. At the same time, our historic $52 billion capital program, the 2020 to 2024 capital program, had been sidelined. We did a lot of great work in 2020 and 2021, but that was on moving forward projects that had been funded and started under prior capital programs. Our new capital program was on pause because we had to hold back to see if there was going to be, during the pandemic, the necessity of cannibalizing the capital program just to keep the lights on. People were panicking about layoffs and service cuts, but this board and everyone at the MTA, we kept our heads. We worked right away to get a sense of where we were headed financially so that we could plan for it and we could work with other institutions to make sure we were protecting the public and the system. Now in 2024, we're regularly hitting the 4 million rider benchmark on the subways, more than 80% of our pre-COVID ridership, given the uptick in fare evasion, and we're breaking records almost every week on the commuter railroads. To keep folks coming back and to support the region's recovery, we not only maintain pre-COVID levels of service, but we've actually increased service on subways and on express buses and have grown Long Island Railroad service by 40%. 40%. That's 70,000 extra trains a year. And as you heard on Monday, we're hitting it out of the park on our service. You cannot beat that 98.5 Metro North on-time performance. I'm looking over at New Jersey. You wish you had it, don't you? Those staffing shortages that we faced a couple years ago, handled. In a single year, we hired 6,000 people. And now we are able to ensure that, unlike every other mass transit system in the United States virtually, we can actually put on all the buses and commuter rail and subway service that we schedule. Huge achievement. New Yorkers also know that the MTA has been struggling with the realities of post-COVID urban America, where issues like fare evasion and the mental health crisis are actually affecting perceptions not just of transit, but of the city and the region and the public space. It's real. These issues historically have been managed by other agencies and institutions, and to some extent, to a great extent, they still are. We do thank the NYPD for what they do to help maintain our system. But the MTA has also on its own stepped up to deal with, to present innovative solutions. Cameras. People who do stuff in the subway are getting identified and they're getting arrested. And that's because of all the cameras we put in. The scout teams, the innovative mental health outreach teams that we developed, working with the city of New York to make sure that the severely mentally ill can be brought indoors to get treatment and also to preserve the sense of safety in our system. And also what we did on fare evasion. David Jones, I'm looking at you. The Blue Ribbon panel on fare evasion took on the issue of how do we deal with this new challenge, notwithstanding the reality we have to make sure we do it in an equitable manner. That was a huge undertaking, and we were able to start turning the tide with critical support from Albany and elsewhere. But most of all, the MTA has made a point of being upfront with everybody about our finances. That was the only way to address the post-COVID fiscal cliff in the operating budget. A couple of years ago, not everybody remembers, we were looking at a $3 billion annual shortfall, but we came up with a plan, a new transit compact, as we called it, to fund the transit system. We took our show on the road. We even went to Puerto Rico, if you remember, to get thought leaders and lawmakers and everybody on board with the idea that the MTA is an essential service that makes New York possible and it must be funded. And you know what? We succeeded. Tip of the hat to Governor Hochul, we got to say it. The state came through with the money, and this board got to approve a balanced budget with 5 years of zeros. Balanced budgets for 5 years. And everybody should know the MTA actually, with all that extra service that we put on since COVID, we have a budget in real terms that is 3% lower than it was before COVID. We're running a new 400,000 square foot train terminal and putting on all this extra service, but we're actually spending less money than COVID. So when people want to bang on the MTA about budget and efficiency, take a look at what's been accomplished. And then there's the progress that we've made on the capital front. Drawing on the problematic lessons learned from the first phase of the Second Avenue subway, we worked with this board. Andrew, you were here, many of you were here, to develop a cost containment strategy for MTA construction projects. And then to implement that strategy with this board's approval, we collapsed 5 separate construction organizations which were not coordinating and had totally inefficient and inconsistent policies into a single MTA construction development. So we produced the cost savings plan, we took the organizational steps, and lo and behold, as you will see in the presentation that you're about to get from Tim Mulligan, we've actually saved $1 billion as a result of all those innovations in how we manage construction jobs and how we deliver projects. And we're getting a hell of a lot of work done on the capital program. In 2023, the MTA completed more than $7 billion in capital projects, the highest in MTA history. While we have last few years, we've awarded an average of $10 billion in commitments, high points also for the MTA. Contracts that, by the way, came in more than 6% below the estimates that had been made by the professional estimating staff. We're headed in the right direction, not too shabby. And the major projects that we've accomplished in the last few years also illustrate the success of our approach. Remember that L train tunnel business? The former governor challenged us to figure out how to fix the whole damn thing without ever shutting down service. If Jamie Barbas were here, I would say Jamie was part of that, your board. It wasn't easy, but we got it done 3 months early, didn't shut down the L train for 400,000 riders a day, and we came in $100 million under budget. Long Island Railroad third track. Vinny, remember, it was talked about for 60 years, right? It never got built. We went door to door with unprecedented community outreach, and ultimately we delivered 10 miles of new railroad and a ton of extra service capacity on time, $100 million under budget. We did that together with our workforce of the Long Island Railroad, and we bless them for what they contributed. And yes, we proved it again with the run-up to congestion pricing. The New York State Legislature handed MTA the responsibility of implementing this historic first-in-the-nation congestion pricing program, a job that is, frankly, somewhat outside of our historical scope of responsibility and expertise. And yet, because there are hundreds of MTA employees who put their heart and soul into it, in every aspect, on the federal economic, the federal environmental analysis, this wildly complicated traffic and air quality modeling that was required in order to get the approvals. We were studying intersections halfway to Philadelphia and places I never even knew about. Hundreds of public outreach events, all in the service of the goal of reducing traffic, making our streets safer, funding mass transit. So whatever you think about congestion pricing, you cannot deny the harm that unchecked traffic does to New York's economy, not only that, but also to cities all over the country. And we are proud to have been part of the effort to do something about it and to lead the way. But then the pause was announced, and true to form, folks at the MTA took a breath and then started with another business-like response. We mobilized first and foremost to protect riders and service. I asked our senior leaders to start reviewing the capital program and our operating budget, and again, you're going to hear about it in a couple minutes. They will explain that with certain funding that's not available anymore, at least for the moment, we're prioritizing critical state of good repair work. Some projects are going to be put to the back burner as a result. And no matter how we feel about the pause on congestion pricing, we are going to work with everyone, the executive chamber, the legislature, the feds, to find ways to preserve and revive the projects that are being resequenced right now because we're short of money. Governor Hochul has said that she is working to secure funding. We have to work with her, the Assembly, and the Senate, and with everyone to make sure that that does, in fact, happen. But what we're discussing here today, the future of our capital program, is truly a continuation of the work done by our transit forebears. People like Dick Ravitch, who was quoted so extensively from the podium, Bob Kiley, David Gunn. I was there in the 1980s when it started. And we have come so far because people were willing to do the heavy lifting and to fight the big fights. We have to continue that effort to bring the system into a state of good repair, to bring it into the modern era, and to make sure that we can continue to expand its benefits for all New Yorkers and all neighborhoods. So to the point of what we're talking about today, several of you on the board have asked me, what's our role in this situation? What can the board do? After all, since that 2010 law that Dick Ravitch helped to pioneer, the MTA board is by law an independent entity, and we are all mindful of our role as fiduciaries. We have to focus on what we can do and what we can't. The fact is that MTA, it's just a reality, cannot start implementing congestion pricing without the New York State DOT sign-off. Starting a congestion tolling program does require the federal approval, and the state is one of the 3 signatories who are required to get it. That's a fact. Others may litigate that very issue. If so, so be it. But we are right now where we are. Here's what we can do. We can pivot and work to protect the short and long-term interests of the MTA and of transit riders. We can get to work on the state of good repair projects that now move to the front of the line. We can work to make sure that improvement and expansion projects that are being moved down the list, and the accessibility impacts break my heart, but we can make sure that they are ready to go when the funding shows up. And as reflected in the resolution the board is going to consider today, we can keep the machinery of congestion pricing in operating order so it's ready when the temporary pause is in fact lifted. And not to be forgotten, we can and must look ahead to the next capital program. Heard a little about that today from John Orcutt. We all know it's right around the corner. We've already put out that 20-year needs assessment, which is by far the most detailed analysis ever of the condition of the MTA system. The assessment is telling us we have a lot more work to do to keep our 100-plus-year-old system from falling apart and to be ready for climate change. We cannot ignore the reality of what it will do to this system if we just don't pay attention. And we need billions more to achieve full transit accessibility, a moral obligation, as well as a practical and economic priority, and also to build visionary projects like the 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 and the IBX. I am impressed and moved at how engaged this board has been so far in the work of planning the next capital program. And so many of you have stepped up to participate in working groups well beyond the time that you devote to preparing for and participating in these meetings. You have really been ready to get into the substance, and we're going to continue to need that. It does not go unnoticed. So in closing, I say, no doubt the road ahead is challenging. But again, this is what we must do as professionals. We assess the situation, come up with a plan, and then execute so that we make sure that the New York region, supported by the best mass transit system on this side of the globe, remains an economic powerhouse and can become a greener, more equitable, safer, and more affordable place to live for all of its 22 million residents. So thank you. I'm now going to turn it over to, as I said, to Jamie Torres-Springer and Tim Mulligan to present where we are in the capital program, and then we will move on to the resolution that has been put before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Jamie Torres-Springer, President of MTA Construction and Development. I'm going to hand things over to Tim Mulligan in a moment. He's been given the charge as the Deputy Chief Development Officer and the person who runs the Development Department at MTA C&D, which is responsible for our budget and our program management, to reprioritize our capital program to adjust to the reality of a $15 billion gap from the proceeds of congestion pricing, which obviously were an important part of our current budget. And I want to acknowledge and thank Tim and his team, but really all of MTA C&D. It's been an all-out sprint the last few weeks to make these difficult adjustments. We're not done, but we have a very good summary of where we are. And I want to really say that, you know, Tim's group, our department agency was built for a moment like this and being able to make good strategic decisions. So before I do that, I know we have more attention today than we do for some of our other presentations. So I want to start with an overview of what the capital program is and how we're delivering it in a different way than the perception of how the old MTA delivered. So we have a mass transit system in the region that carries more than 5 million riders a day. It's an engine of economic growth and equity. For a few decades, we've been investing, as the chair said, in maintaining and improving that system to keep it running. It's a $1.5 trillion asset that requires constant investment to function safe and reliably. We do that through our 5-year capital program, which has ramped up considerably, particularly this last program, with great ambitions for what we can achieve. Tim's going to describe that in a little more detail. Job number one in our capital investment is state of good repair. It's called rebuild on this slide. Make sure the system runs safely and reliably. That's usually more than, and it is in 2024, 2/3 of our capital program. We also recognize we have to improve the system as riders' needs evolve. Customer communications is a big priority for us as we move into a modern era of technology, or as we recognize those needs in different ways. For the greatest example is New Yorkers with disabilities, or to build resiliency in the face of new climate vulnerabilities. And we've expanded this already vast system as our region evolves, but only if we have state of good repair covered. That's what we do in the capital program. There are spin-off benefits of all this important work too, job creation all around New York State. Contracting for equity means we're supporting minority, women, and disadvantaged business enterprise partners in a big way, a really important employer, and particularly an equity-oriented employer. Just as important as what we are doing is how we're doing it. Government is not always where you expect to see innovation in delivering capital work, especially in New York City, where density and concerns about disrupting service and neighborhood impacts can make it very hard to get work done. But some years ago, we decided that the new MTA isn't going to be held back by past routines. We were going to methodically attack the drivers of high construction costs and longer durations to get more bang for our buck. So we created MTA Construction and Development, a standalone agency that has control of our whole capital program for all 5 operating agencies of the MTA. And through MTA C&D, we're getting the work done better, faster, and cheaper. We've implemented a lot of innovations, including new forms of contracting, public-private partnerships, being very clear about project scope up front, and then ensuring that it doesn't change, making sure incentives are aligned for all the players involved in the capital delivery process, managing the resources required to work within our system. And there are demonstrable results of that. I've been pleased to see over the last few weeks acknowledgement that we're building better and confidence in what we're doing here. We've even seen acknowledgement from some of the biggest critics of the MTA's capital program over the last few weeks that we are delivering better, faster, and cheaper. Since 2020, as Jano said, bids on MTA projects have come in an average of 6% below our estimate. That's resulted in an overall savings of $900 million. After award, 90% of projects have stayed within budget as of the end of last year. We've identified savings in support costs, $395 million in savings in our insurance program. That's a recognition that we're working more safely and efficiently. And we've saved $200 million each year from the cost of supporting safe work within our system. This is real progress. Think about this. In the numbers that you'll see in a minute from Tim about how much funding we have left that we can count on in this program, this is over $1 billion more than we otherwise would have had without these cost containment efforts that's available to us to spend on our biggest priorities. What are some of the ways that we've achieved these gains? By building better, we transformed resignaling, which is the work of modernizing signals and replacing what is sometimes 100-year-old equipment on the tracks so trains can operate more efficiently and more reliably. 5 lines are in construction now. Only 2 lines have been completed over the last 25 years for communication-based train control. And we came up with a more effective approach that means a 45% reduction in legacy equipment on the tracks that needs to be maintained by our colleagues at New York City Transit. We're attacking the most urgent but most complicated needs, like the Park Avenue Viaduct, which carries 98% of Metro North service, through an innovative approach with a design builder that doesn't impact service at all and has saved us 21 months on that contract. And we're working as one agency, adapting the approach from our Bridges and Tunnels group to keeping steel structures in a state of good repair to the way we repair and paint the overhead subway structures, which has really paid off. We're getting 26.5 miles of overcoating, that painting and maintenance done in this program, and it lasts twice as long. We're delivering faster, an average schedule reduction of 4 months to newly awarded contracts. You see the 14-month schedule savings for structural repairs on Eastern Parkway, which we recently completed. And of course, we've been awarding 3 times the number of ADA accessibility station projects from previous years and finishing them 5 times faster. All of this results in cheaper. You're familiar with these big ticket items. The chair rightly talks about them and touts them. $100 million in savings from our first major design build project in third track, $100 million saved on rehabilitating the L train tunnel after Sandy without shutting it down through innovative construction techniques. And we've identified so far $1.3 billion in savings on 2nd Avenue Subway 2 by acting on the lessons that we learned from Phase 1. But many projects are coming in under budget, especially the state of good repair projects that make up, again, much of our program, 2/3 of our program. You can see some of them here. These are great examples of the fact that this is not the same MTA. Another result of operating differently has been ramping up the amount of work that we're getting done, which is so important to maintaining this system of ours. You can see our trajectory the last few years of commitments, which is the contracts that we award for work to get done, and also completing projects. And I'd note that we would have done better last year, but we had paused some work at the end of last year over concerns about the uncertainty of congestion pricing. A lot of riders that we talk to say that they can feel this in the system, the sheer number of new elevators that are under construction. We have 38 stations under construction for ADA accessibility, replacing elevators and escalators, station renewals, aesthetic renewals, and a lot of work that you can't see. We know that it can be disruptive that all this work is going on, but it's important work and it's getting done. Keeping up this level of work and investing in the right things is the reason that so many are concerned with the resources left in the absence of congestion pricing, and the reason that we've been through a reprioritization exercise, which I'll now turn it over to Tim Mulligan to tell you about.
So getting into the specifics of the impact of this delay in the availability of funding from congestion pricing, right? As the pie chart shows, this is the complete funding plan of the 20 to 24 capital program. And congestion pricing had a value of $15 billion as a contribution to that plan. But the impact of the unavailable timing of those funds right now is greater than $15 billion. Because there's also the $500 million, $500 million that was spent installing the cameras in the system. The expense of that was to be offset by the toll revenues, which are not available without the operation of the system. So that adds to the impact. There's also $2 billion of the federal full funding grant agreement for 2nd Avenue Subway, which Phase 2, which resides in 20 to 24. There's a piece of that federal funding in earlier plans as well. And as we will get to later when we talk specifically about that project, if this delay in availability of funding is not resolved in this plan and we can't proceed with that project and our required local contribution, we won't be able to draw down on that $2 billion of the federal grant for this plan. So altogether, that's $17.5 billion worth of impact of unavailable funds. That is offset by the over $1 billion grant that we got for PIN access from the federal government, thanks to Senator Schumer and the delegation to support that important new project. That mitigates some of the impact of this unavailability of funding. So the net impact is $16.5 billion. Andrew?
The $2 billion federal grant for the 2nd Avenue line, what's the expiration date for that?
We'll talk more specifically
Andrew,
about that project.
Let's let the presentation complete, and then we'll get into questions. Go ahead, please.
So we are, as the chairman and Jamie discussed, we're reprioritizing and resequencing the capital program, right? And this chart sort of illustrates the components of that effort. We have $28.5 billion left in the 20 to 24 capital plan that has not been committed through awarded contracts and initiated projects. 16.5, as we just saw, of that is funding that's not available, so those projects can't proceed as planned and must be deferred. That leaves us a remainder of only $12 billion of available funding. And the important thing to recognize, seeing this chart, although the impact of congestion pricing funding unavailability is about 30% of the overall 5-year program, in terms of what we have left now, it is 60%. So 60%, 60 cents out of every dollar we were going to spend, that funding isn't available. That requires significant shifting and reprioritization and resequencing of the remaining projects. Our guiding principles for the last 21 days as we've been going through this process has been to maintain the safe and functional operation of the system for the entire network for all of our customers and riders. To that principle, we place higher priority on vital state of good repair projects that are necessary for the safe and functional operation of the subway system, the bus system, and the commuter railroads, as well as the operation of bridges and tunnels. Those projects, those vital, critical, directly relations to reliability had our highest priority. At the other end of the spectrum, lower priority, unfortunately, is some of the expansion projects, the accessibility improvements above what the ADA settlement requires for subways, bus electrification, and other necessary and exciting technology upgrades. These are lower priorities because they are, by definition, expansion and improvement. They are things that make the system better for our customers and for operation, but they aren't directly related to maintaining existing service in all cases, right? And so more deferrals happened to projects that are from those categories. And in the middle, it's really a case-by-case analysis where we had to sort through, even among state of good repair and normal replacement projects, the ones that had the most direct impact on reliability and safety and functionality, and those that maybe had an indirect impact. And of course, there was the extra complexity of some federal projects where the federal grant is specific to that very project, and therefore it doesn't have the flexibility to be repurposed for other state of good repair projects. So what are we prioritizing? Fundamental state of good repair, as we've discussed, a select number of rolling stock purchases that we have left remaining in the program, and as I mentioned, leveraging federal funding to the greatest extent possible to pull down the federal money with required local matches to keep those federally funded projects going to the extent possible. Fundamental state of good repair, we're talking about track, we're talking about the elevated structures, the tunnels, we're talking about the power system, state of good repair to literally keep the service going. Those are the projects that went to the top of the list in terms of continuing to work as planned. Rolling stock, right? Although we have reduced it overall, right, we will have some resources to go forward with rolling stock. We have multiple procurements and negotiations going on to replace the least reliable rolling stock for subways and commuter railroads. In addition to that, we are trying to secure rolling stock that will be required for opening day service for Penn Station access and to support the existing service, the increased existing service into Grand Central Madison that we've had since opening, right? That requires us to buy new cars. We don't have enough available funding to meet all of these goals. So it will partially be met and partially will be deferred. And it's really going to come down to those procurement negotiations and the pricing and the favorable outcome we get from the industry to determine which pieces of that plan we'll be able to progress with and which will be deferred until funding availability is resolved. Leveraging federal funding opportunity, we talked about that. For the vast majority of our federal funding that comes through formula aid, we have the flexibility to do a grant amendment with our partners in the federal government and move that money. So if there happens to be a project that is deprioritized or deferred, that has federal formula money, we can shift that to a high priority state of good repair project. But for certain competitive discretionary grants, we don't have that flexibility. There, we want to do everything we can to maintain access to that grant, to utilize it, to draw down the extra dollars, although sometimes the timing of that will be impacted depending on how long the unavailability of funds extends. So that's particularly true for ADA and for resiliency and sustainability projects that have been funded through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act from Congress. So the projects to be protected, right? This is a summary of how we are planning to proceed with the $12 billion in available funds. $2 billion for track. Most of that work is in-house work performed at the operating agencies. $2 billion for stations. That's inclusive of state of good repair as well as ADA. $4.5 billion for infrastructure, which is a wide swath of work on the right-of-way, line structure equipment, other critical infrastructure that's directly related to our ability to operate the system. Rolling stock, as we discussed, $2.5 billion, and $1 billion in program support and administration and design for projects that are in the pipeline. Now let's talk about the projects to be deferred, right? $16.5 billion of the existing projects have to be deferred. That includes signal modernization, rolling stock, and even state of good repair. But let's start by talking about expansion. And the biggest piece of the expansion portfolio that hasn't been awarded is the second phase of Second Avenue Subway. And we are forced to defer this project until this unavailability of funding is resolved, right? And if it extends through the plan, it may require us to shift that project to the next capital plan, the 25 to 29 capital plan. The impact of this is $5 billion. $3 billion is our local contribution in 2024, and as we discussed earlier, $2 billion is the portion of the full funding grant agreement that's in this plan, right? So we are sacrificing the immediate use of the $2 billion because we need the $3 billion that would have gone to the local contribution to mitigate the impact of the state of good repair loss of available funds. So I just want to restate that to be absolutely clear. It's not that the local contribution for Second Avenue Subway came from congestion pricing proceeds. It's that the local funds and funding authority we were going to utilize to make that match now has to be repurposed to mitigate a greater impact on system reliability and vital critical state of good repair projects. And that's why the timing of moving forward on Second Avenue, we're just as committed, we're excited to get this going. We're working with our federal partners to ensure that any delay from this doesn't jeopardize our access to the full funding grant agreement. Next, accessibility. As has been alluded to before, the historic ADA settlement that the MTA entered into was predicated on full funding of this capital plan, but it included specific downside scenarios that modify our legal obligation under the settlement when capital funds are not available. And that brings down our requirement under the legal settlement because for just this reason, because your ability to fund system improvements generally, and ADA being a part of that, is reduced if you have to put a greater portion of limited funds towards state of good repair. So 23 subway stations will be deferred, and we're possibly canceling Long Island Railroad Hollis and Forest Hills project. Those projects have already been awarded. We've issued a stop work order for those. They have been designed, but the construction has not started in earnest. And obviously, the funds that are recovered from those actions are repurposed for the projects we discussed earlier that are being prioritized and protected. Next, zero emission buses. Again, it's a system improvement. It's an important technology. We're excited to do it, but the impact here, $500 million, over 250 fewer electric buses we can afford to buy. And, depending on the timing of that, that may sacrifice our place in line with the manufacturer. We have an option. It's been extended, but it's only been extended a couple months. So depending on how long this unavailability of funding lasts, we may lose our ability to exercise that option and keep the production running on the base buses that we ordered in the past few months. Also, this will impact how many depots will be able to support the electric buses when they do arrive. We had spread them pretty broadly across the system so that we would have the ability to test and use the buses in different neighborhoods and different conditions. And we're going to have to sort of concentrate that in order to save money on the charging infrastructure. Next, upgrades to infrastructure and technology. These are valuable projects, but they're less urgent and necessary for maintaining existing service and functionality. They include a very important and innovative project for the Verrazano Narrows Bridge to do main cable dehumidification that will extend the life of the main cable, as well as ramp reconstruction to address a safety issue in the aging state of good repair on a highly used ramp that connects with the Belt Parkway. It includes PA upgrades at over 70 stations so we can communicate with our customers in times of service disruption and other urgent situation. It includes all of the track intrusion initiatives that the Track Intrusion Task Force recommended earlier last year. Those are all system improvements, and we simply can't afford to move forward with them until the funding availability is resolved. And it also includes the first phase of what is a Metro Nord Brewster Yard upgrade project. The first phase of that is constructing a parking garage to displace and make room for the expansion of the yard. And we've issued a stop work order on that project as well. Again, same status, design completed, construction not initiated. So there's still the opportunity to stop that project and recover a significant amount of the funds that can be redirected towards vital state of good repair. Rolling stock we discussed. You know, there'll certainly be an impact of at least $1.5 billion of those rolling stock that we won't be able to buy, including the A-Division cars for transit, the next generation of cars to replace the R62s, which are the oldest cars in the subway fleet. The CNG bus order that was planned for transit bus, as well as passenger and work locomotives for the railroads, where we have, you know, numerous, as I said, discussions, options, and procurements in place. We simply won't have the funds to execute them all. Signal modernization, you know, this really starts to encroach upon state of good repair as we get into signal modernization, because it's a system improvement, it's a technology upgrade, but it's also doing vital track work and replacing, you know, very old interlockings and switches from generations ago that need to be replaced. And it's impossible to separate the state of good repair elements efficiently from the technology upgrade. So the unavailability of funds causes us to delay these projects, two important projects, extending the AC into Brooklyn and extending the FDM service from Queens Boulevard in through the heart of Manhattan. So even state of good repair projects have to be impacted because there's just, the $12 billion isn't sufficient to do all the remaining state of good repair, and $3 billion of the deferral will be from state of good repair. Right? This includes 5 subway station renewals, station component repairs at scores of subway stations, as well as the volume of structural repairs for elevated structures and tunnels that we wanted to execute at the end of the program. We don't have sufficient money to do it. So these are, you know, needed and prioritized, simply running out of the resources to do the full volume that we wanted to do. In addition to that, as I'd mentioned, there's other state of good repairs that have an indirect impact on service, but aren't directly impacting existing service, including improvements and repairs to shops, yards, and depots. This is where service initiates. If the bus doesn't pull out of the depot on time, it's not going to make the route, right? And the same for the rail yards, and we have switch work that's needed, track work that's needed, other work in those facilities that are needed that, delaying these projects may impact service, but it doesn't have the same direct connection as repairing the work on the substation or maintaining the track does. So those projects are being deferred until there's resolution. Also, virtually all non-revenue equipment and heavy maintenance equipment, including cranes, the cars and trucks that the maintenance crews use to go out and do the work. Many of those vehicles are beyond state of good repair. It's time for normal replacement. We're just going to have to extend their age and live with the old equipment for a few more months or years, or until the resolution and this funding, alternative funding, or a new capital plan is available. And even things as vital as replacing the control equipment for fan plants and subway system, right, is being deferred, right? Again, very important, love to do it, need to do it, not a direct relationship, hopefully won't have an impact. So the total chart of projects that are being deferred until the funding unavailability situation is resolved includes $5 billion worth of expansion projects, and not just Second Avenue Subway. There will be other expansion-related projects that are de-scoped and deferred as well. Accessibility projects, as I mentioned, the 23 stations, that's another $2 billion. Zero admission buses, $500 million. Infrastructure, $1.5 billion. Signal modernization, $3 billion, and $3 billion of the state of good repair adds up to the $16.5 billion that we discussed. So going forward, right, we will continue to manage the plan. Plans are exactly that. They're a plan, and they have to respond to reality. And, our reality for the capital program changed dramatically 21 days ago. And we're hopeful that resolution in some form or another is, on the horizon, and hopefully in the shorter term rather than longer term. But we have to operate the system, we have to protect the system, and we have to provide for the transition to the next capital plan, 25 to 29, and that's what this reprioritization and resequencing of the capital plan is meant to do. And obviously, the resolution or extension of this unavailability of funds that we're experiencing could have a very significant impact on 25 to 29 itself, in terms of the level of funding that we'll need, in terms of the timing and the funding resources that will be available for 25 to 29. So we will continue to prepare for our obligation this fall for that plan and make necessary changes to the plan as reality dictates.
Okay, a lot to digest, and we'd like to make sure we have some time for folks on the board to raise questions or comments about Jamie and Tim's presentation. I just want to thank everybody in MTA Construction Development, also in the finance team as well, who played a big role in this, and in the operating agencies, because we don't make these decisions without talking to the folks who run the system. They're the ones who really know best, in many cases, what is the most important investment just to preserve functionality, reliable service. But thank you again. I see Mr. Jones's hand and Mr. Chu, Mr. Albert, and I'll start keeping notes. And then
Make your list.
Yes. I'd just like to ask, have we made estimates of the impact on debt service going forward of these changes?
We're going to present all the operating and debt service impacts as part of the July plan presentation. So we're working through that now, but not today.
I think Mr. Chu, Albert, Lopez, Midori, Valdivia.
Not a number I expect immediately, but we also discussed it Monday in the diversity committee. Clearly, this is going to have a significant downstream impact on our regional economy. Taking $16.5 billion out of money that will be spent. But I also specifically wanted to be understand, get some sort of prediction on. And I know we have a 30% goal, but I know there's a lot of different types of cost categories, within the $16.5 billion on, what impact that will have on, WMBE, DBE, and SDVOB contractors. We are just a figure that I think is worth mentioning over and over again. The MTA, and please correct me if I was wrong, is we let more contracts to those certified entities than the next 10 succeeding state entities. So I think that number is important, not just to understand the regional economic impact, but also be able to communicate to those entities, some of who are very much vulnerable, more so than other established contracting entities, and we do a lot to nurture them. And I wouldn't want to see us have a significant step backwards to that end, because the contracts that we put out, a lot of them could be planning their businesses there. And so I just when we get a handle of a prediction of what those numbers might look like, I think it'd be helpful.
I'll just respond by saying, it's as you say, we are the most significant state entity in terms of contracting for MWBs. 30% is a good rule of thumb in terms of the $16.5 billion. That's what we've been hitting. I do want to mention that Tim and his team have been able to preserve the vast majority of our small business development program projects, which are relatively small dollar but very important to the growth of MWBE firms. So we're trying to do that. And I'll just say in terms of total jobs, I did have a chance to review the reInvent Albany numbers, and they're consistent with our numbers. They're just they do it in job years. So but the job years at risk that they've described, pending the funding availability, are consistent with our numbers.
Okay, Mr. Albert, followed by Ms. Lopez.
I guess this is for you, Jamie. Has anybody been able to put an estimate on what the deferred increased cost will be and how that will affect the 25 to 29 capital budget?
It really depends on how long the deferral is, and there's folks working on what the impact is on the operating budget. As Tim said, if the funds are deferred for a long period of time, such that that has to become the beginning of our next 25 to 29 plan, then that just pushes out more of the critical work further.
And what was the deadline date for the federal funding on 2nd Avenue?
There isn't a deadline date. We're working very closely with our partners in the federal government on that, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you.
Let me just underscore that there is no intention to abandon that grant. It's that we are being, straight up about the fact that we have to take some time now to advance the work, and so we're working with the feds to make sure that that's very clear and that we're keeping everybody apprised of our progress. Okay, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so $12 billion left to spend, $27 billion already committed, and $16.5 billion to be deferred. Having said that, when we issue any stop work orders or cancel any contracts, are we charged a fee or do we have to make any payments or what fines?
Yeah, there's a cost to canceling a project or to de-scoping a project, right? If you're taking part of the scope out, you have to negotiate a credit with the contractor. You typically don't get the full value when you're negotiating a credit. And if you're actually canceling the entire contract, the contract provides for the contractor to be compensated for expenses that are incurred for mobilization or materials that were ordered in advance of the installation of things. So there absolutely is an inefficiency to doing that. There's a cost of breaking up after the contract's awarded. And we are looking at contracts one by one, not just what's been expended and what invoices have been received, but we're, talking to the contractor to sort of assess whether or not it makes sense in each individual circumstance to move forward with a cancellation or a descoping.
Thank you, Tim. You're painting a very bleak picture, but thank you for this overview. My other question is, on one of your slides, you had mentioned special cases. Can you identify what examples of special cases could be that we have to perform, or we have to do?
There's some projects and activities in the capital plan that have dedicated funding through a state appropriation, and those can go forward because if you deferred those projects, that dedicated funding wouldn't be available to be mobilized for state of good repair. So there's, some preliminary study work for IBX, for example, that was part of the state adopted budget that will be able to go forward and not be impacted. That's a special case. And then there's also those competitive grants that we receive from the federal government that are targeted at a specific project. So for example, in ADA, we have Package 7, which, we applied for a federal grant for. We only got a portion of the federal grant, but that's going to allow us to go forward with 2 of the stations in that package that are supported by the federal grant. And, we will do everything we can to hold on to the federal money that we're receiving through competitive grants. And as I mentioned, for the formula money, we're able to do grant amendments and move that money with just a monicum of delay to the projects that are prioritized to move forward as planned.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Valdivia.
Thank you. So to me, that presentation is dire. No board member, I think, wants to sit here talking about what projects we're going to cut a couple years after we approved all those projects. So I have some questions specific. So thank you, Juan, for all your work on this. I have some questions, maybe 2 or 3 specifically about the things that you're saying you might defer. So one, Chair, you talked about Grand Central Service and, the immense amount of service that was able to go into place. I've had my own qualms about Grand Central Madison, but, I guess to, folks living in Long Island, it's been so important to them. It's been given so much flexibility and options. So is it safe to say that service at Grand Central Madison would be impacted if you're not getting fleet that is more up to date? We know, I think, that there had been some issues related to old fleet. I think it's the M3s, don't quote me. So is it safe to say that if we're not getting fleet that we need, we could potentially experience more breakdowns?
Yeah, Rob is in a better position than me to even answer the question.
I am happy to address it to Rob.
But no, you're absolutely right. We're relying on M3s that were scheduled to be retired, and new rolling stock has been received by Long Island Railroad that enables them to be retired, but for the service expansion for Madison. So those are still being pressed into service on a regular basis, and they have less reliability, and deferring their replacement or delaying their replacement would have increased operating impact because there'd be an increased maintenance expense. And, I defer on the service impacts to the president.
Nori, no. I mean, we're seeing vastly increased ridership, right? Just yesterday.
Which is good news.
Right. We just broke another record, 271,000.
Incredible. Congratulations.
So we would do everything we can to maintain the fleet that we have and preserve the service that we have. As Kevin said, as we work through the July plan, we'd have to look at what those operating costs would be to maintain that fleet. But, definitely in the short term, there's no need to reduce service. We'd want to keep doing it because it has a compounding effect if you reduce service.
I'm not saying that I'm trying to understand the unintended consequences or unintentional consequences of what it might mean to defer major capital projects, especially it relates to fleet, because that has direct service impact. So if your M3s are still going, their MBDF, the mean distance between failures, are going to rise, which we saw and you told me it was because of the M3s being at Grand Central Madison. So would it be safe to say that service may suffer? Because you can put all the maintenance you want in the world, but those M3s are M3s. They're not magically becoming new rolling stock. So potentially service could go backwards in terms of performance. Not that you would intentionally do something, it's just that we might experience more breakdowns in this incredible new service that MTA has been so proud to put forth, that my understanding is the MTA spent north of $11 billion to make it happen.
As I said, as we work through the July plan, we'll determine what those operating costs are, but we would look
Understood.
to maintain service levels as is.
Of course, of course.
Chair, I think I should also make sure in this context I inform the board. Tim mentioned there are some other components of expansion work that will need to be deferred as part of this. Grand Central Madison is a very complex generational project that reaches all the way into Queens. It includes rebuilding significant parts of Herald Interlocking, including a lot of Amtrak's infrastructure, and we've seen some of the issues with Amtrak's infrastructure on the other side of the river lately. There is work that will need to be deferred as part of this related to improvements to Herald Interlocking, and also some of the wrap-up work on Grand Central Madison that is still to be done.
So to me as a board member, that feels really troubling. Second, bus fleet. I've been such a proponent of our zero emissions bus fleet. It feels really tragic that we might not be able to deliver to our environmental justice communities as much as we had promised and made kind of assurances that we could. Does the reduction potentially of bus fleet, which means you can't get as many buses as you had once thought, how does that impact the Queens and Brooklyn bus redesign, which is in progress now? I'll be frank, I'm a Brooklynite. I was always worried that Brooklyn bus redesign, I know Lisa's been championing Bronx bus redesign. I was always worried that the Brooklyn bus redesign was at the end of the line. And I would hate for the Brooklyn bus redesign, and I'm sure Queens residents too, hate for the Brooklyn bus redesign to be impacted in a way where service is impacted because we might not get as much fleet. So just wanted to check in on the impact, and happy to go to a person in the operating shop to discuss. Go ahead, Frank.
Happy to take that.
Yeah.
So, as you know, the Brooklyn redesign is still under development. So, really can't speak to that. As far as the Queens redesign, we're good. We have a public hearing coming up July 24th to, talk through what the current iterations are. So right now, there's no direct impact. So what we're planning on the Queens redesign, again, it's similar to what Rob's, experiencing, that we have the fleet now. It's just the future replacement program for that fleet can be affected in the future.
But operations is inherently impacted by fleet, right? Constrained by fleet. If you don't have as many fleet, you might not be able to deliver as much service. Is that true?
Yes, but
Okay.
currently the current fleet we have is appropriate for what's planned in the Queens redesign.
Okay.
It's just the future replacements that would be affected.
Understood. And I just want to shine a light on the bus redesigns, which is such a big effort from the MTA, not just staff, but advocates and folks that, we were redesigning a 100-year system. So I think it would be a true disservice to millions of New Yorkers if, we didn't make it the best it could and really leverage as much of the fleet that we could. So it's really sad that we have to hear about potential fleet reductions. It really is the engines of the working class New Yorkers. So thank you very much. Oh yeah, one more thing. The Verrazano Bridge, that is news to me. So what part of the Verrazano Bridge work might have to be deferred? Something about main cables?
There's a main cable dehumidification project, which, uses this sort of state-of-the-art process to stop or slow down the erosion of the main cable, which is, essential to the lifespan of the bridge, right? And, it's an important project. We really want to do it. It's in the scheme of innovation in bridge work, it's on the, more recent cutting edge.
Okay.
But we're just not going to be able to get to it potentially as fast as we wanted to. Again, depending on how long the unavailability of funds period extends, right?
Okay.
If there's resolution, in a matter of weeks or months of that, it may be able to come back and proceed very close to its intended schedule. But it will be impacted if with an extended period of unavailable funds.
What does extended mean? 6 months, 3 months?
Yes, the longer it is, the longer the
Okay.
impact for the project.
So this means that drivers in Staten Island and Brooklyn will be impacted, and anyone using the Verrazano Bridge, potentially because it does, from a longevity standpoint, right? This hampers longevity of Verrazano.
So,
So it's not like a direct impact, but it is about making sure our assets are in good repair.
This would be a long-term impact. I mean,
Yeah.
we've worked closely with construction and development on making this hard decision, but, we are prepared to pause this in the short term.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. I see Mr. Brown and Mr. Chu. And we're going to try to move on to the resolution if there are no other comments after that. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Jano, and thank you guys for a clear and complete presentation that you've worked up, immediately in terms of time here. It's a very short period of time we had between the financial disaster and where we are today. And you guys put together a beautiful little presentation here that if people pay attention to it, they should see the depth of the problem we have. And I speak to that because I really want to speak to opportunity costs and lost opportunities, and with regard especially to procuring and maintaining a strong, skilled labor force here. That you have peopled up in areas expecting these projects to go forward. And it's not easy to find these skilled people, especially in New York these days. Now you're going to have to back off that. And what are you going to do with those people? They don't like to sit around. Same thing's true of the many contractors that bid MTA work. And I'm thinking particularly of the contractors we represent in upstate New York, where their labor issues are much tighter than they are here. But the poverty rates and the like are much worse. It's northern Appalachia in some of these areas. And they too have tooled up. People have invested in these companies. People have committed their careers to these companies, and now you pull the legs out from under them. And it is a new MTA in many ways. I don't really like the term because I think a lot of the work we did in the past was very good work. But things have changed. You're bidding these jobs with much more precision, and you're following them tighter, and the results are coming in. And nobody wants to be over budget, nobody wants to be behind time, and nobody wants to raise taxes. This is one of the worst things, though, that's happened to the MTA in the long time I've been here. And now to go to a decision-making process where our decisions are going to be made, and nothing against Brad Lander's lawsuit strategy, but the decisions on this stuff are going to be settled by a courtroom of lawyers who are notably uneducated in the needs of big manufacturing enterprises and contracting enterprises. And I think it's a horrible way to make these decisions, and we can't. I don't expect good decisions to be made that way. I believe the way you have approached the congestion pricing thing over the last year, over the last 5 years, over the last 10 years, has been the way to do it, where you get people, you get experts in the matter, and you go through the details of how it's going to affect things. Well, it's going to affect things now. the opposite's going to happen. The effects here are going to be older equipment. And my equipment is sort of it's where I worked. And we went through this several cycles, and it's reflected in the MDBF. People see the MDBF here, and mean distance between failures, so it's a benchmark for how well your equipment is performing. And the MDBF is, I wouldn't say through the roof, but it's up near the ceiling. It's wonderful. It's much higher than what our goals were. And it also means people are working on cleaner equipment. They're working on safer equipment. They're producing new equipment. Now we're turning the clock back. And what sort of beats me down is the predictability of the whole thing. That we've been through this before. We know what's going to happen. You're going to get older equipment out there, and then you're going to have to drag people to work when they don't want to be at work. Emergency situations are going to create overtime, and then we're going to have another. Oh, these guys made so much overtime. Oh yeah, they made a lot of overtime. They had to work their asses off 16 hours a day to get this stuff back out on the road, and it is just it's too predictable what's going to happen. And one thing the old MTA faces, new MTA faces that beat down the old MTA is lack of leadership from our handlers in Albany. And this is the most clear example of it. If you want an example of why the MTA was over budget, was behind schedule, this is it, political interference. And I understand the politicians have tough decisions to make. They got to get elected. If they don't get elected, then we get another politician to make the decisions. But what we have is, it's a leadership deficit in Albany. The meeting service is not an easy thing to do. And the older the equipment gets, the harder it gets to be to meet service. And we're going to do our best. I guarantee my people are going to make themselves available. But a year from now, I don't want to hear, oh, the overtime's going up. I don't know what happened here. Or that people don't want to work here because they feel their job's going to disappear in 6 months. Or upstate, same effect. Well, we've got to find the upstate, what they'll have to do, the contractors will have to do, is they'll have to find another job to put on their machines. And this goes from big suppliers with 800-900 employees down to little shops with 2 or 3 employees. And yeah, we represent union shops up there, but we care about the non-union workers too. There are a lot of people up in Kathy Hochul territory that are going to lose their jobs behind this if they don't get it straightened out. And that's a terrible job when you live in a small town. I had a big thing written that I was going to say, but I'll mercifully.
Well, you got most of it, I think.
Mercifully, I'll say mercifully. I'll let you go with that.
Okay. All right. Let's keep moving. We are going to take up the resolution because I know that there's a lot of board interest in talking more generally about the situation. Mr. Chu had a question on this part of the meeting. Soren has a question, and then we're going to try to move on to the resolution. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, just one to specifically, Midori and Norman had to say, this C&D has done such a fine job of really getting ahead of compounding costs due to neglect, and I think what you're hearing is like this board very much is enthusiastic about even in this tough time prioritizing, making sure we don't get to a place where we have that compounding costs going forward, and leaving it for future administrations. That's been another commitment of, I guess, the new MTA is not leaving legacy problems for future administrations to deal with. I did there are a lot of folks that have opined on our current situation, but one worth mentioning is Comptroller of Napoli, and I don't know if there's a question for Jamie or for Kevin on on just how we're viewing his report.
Yeah, look, I think the controller's report stated what the team talked about how MTA has to be transparent and, you know, reprioritize and make sure the commitment of the remaining funding is to, you know, a state of good repair, and that we clearly can't commit to contracts when we don't have funding in place. I mean, imagine what, you know, what kind of how financially irresponsible it would be today if we came and said, oh, by the way, we committed to the $15 billion in projects, the bills are going to come in, but there's no money. That's why you can't commit to projects if the funding's not in place. And I think the controller identified that, as well as that, you know, a solution is not for the MTA just to issue a lot more debt that's paid out of the operating budget, because, you know, that's passing the cost on to the future administration and the future generation, and is what, you know, the two things, not being able to invest in state of good repair, and then when you do invest in it, just, you know, borrowing too much and pushing it out in the future is the stresses, and I think the controller, you know, identified those issues.
Ms. Soren.
Thank you, and I thank my colleagues for giving the bigger questions. I'm going to go a little granular. You mentioned 23 stations that have been deferred. Can you give me an idea as to the impacts on the outer boroughs with what those 23 stations are? Maybe provide a map, but I also have to say, this is like a very disturbing presentation. But I'm curious to see where all this goes. But if you can give me an idea where the stations are, please.
Board member, there's a map in the presentation, so we'll share that. I will say that we have a very rigorous process of prioritizing where to make ADA investments based on spacing between stations, the population in need. So, you know, we've gone through and recut that, but there's a map, and it is all 5 boroughs. And I will just take the opportunity to say that we're pleased that we're able to save a few of those stations, the ADA stations, because of federal grant support. And I just wanted to note and really thank and acknowledge our federal partners who over the last few weeks have been as supportive as they can be. They have their own obligations in the way that they act, but we've had multiple meetings with FTA Region 2. I'm headed to the Northeast Corridor Commission to represent us this afternoon and work with USDOT and FRA in particular. But it's a great relationship, and it's really important. They've been as helpful as they can be.
Okay, we're going to bring this section of the meeting to a close. As we're sort of heading in a slightly grim direction, I just want to emphasize one thing that I said, which is part of what this team is going to do, and we are making a priority of, is to keep the projects, even if they are being, pushed down the list now because of this resequencing process, to make sure that those projects which were on the verge of being ready to go or headed in that direction, that they stay ready to go. Because, as I said, our obligation as fiduciaries and professionals is to work with everybody, however we feel at this moment, to try to be ready that when that financial solution that is being talked about arrives, God willing, that we will be ready to put Humpty Dumpty back together again as quickly as possible. So I just want to remind all of us that that is part of the mission of this MTA C&D team as they are undertaking the resequencing to deal with, the reality of the situation at the moment. But we can't give up hope and plan for a permanent deferral, because clearly there is a lot of discussion going on about how to address keeping these projects going. We want to be ready. So with that, I'm going to ask to turn to the resolution. The resolution, as everybody sensed, and I've talked to you a little bit individually, is just meant to deal with the change of circumstances that we face, and to bring our board resolutions into compliance with the situation that is before us, in keeping with the kind of business-like approach that I have tried to to complement this board for following. So with that, let me ask Paige to read the resolution. Allison's going to quickly go through some of the details behind it, and then we're going to read the resolution and put it to a motion and for discussion. Allison.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. The purpose of this board resolution is to extend the timeline for implementation of the Central Business District Tolling Program from June 2024 to a future date following the execution of the federally required tolling agreement between New York State Department of Transportation, New York City Department of Transportation, and TBTA, along with the Federal Highway Administration. Additionally, it authorizes the president of TBTA, Kathy Sheridan, to take necessary steps to implement congestion pricing once we have this tolling agreement. To recap for the board, the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act of 2019 requires the TBTA, among other things, establish and operate a central business district tolling program, establish and charge variable tolls for vehicles entering or remaining in the central business district, and make rules and regulations for the establishment and collection of central business district tolls. On December 6, 2023, the board authorized the president of TBTA, Kathy Sheridan, and her designees to take requisite preliminary steps to implement a schedule of toll rates for use in such a program. On March 27, 2024, the board authorized that the Central Business District Tolling Program should be implemented by TBTA in or about June 2024, and authorized and directed the president of TBTA or her designee to take such steps as may be necessary or desirable to implement the program in or about June 2024. On June 5, 2024, New York State announced a pause in implementation of the Central Business District Tolling Program. On June 14, 2024, Federal Highway Administration completed their reevaluation process under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, confirming that the tolling structure adopted by the board in March 2024 complies with the environmental assessment, that no further evaluation is needed for the adopted tolling structure, and that the 2023 finding of no significant impact, or FONSI, remains valid. The next and final step would be for the three project sponsors, TBTA, New York State Department of Transportation, and New York City Department of Transportation, as well as Federal Highway Administration as the federal agency of jurisdiction, to sign the Value Pricing Pilot Program, or VPPP, tolling agreement. The project cannot be legally implemented without this agreement. By the resolution included in the board's materials, the board would extend the date of implementation of the Central Business District Tolling Program from in or about June 2024 until after such time as the required final agreement has been executed by the project sponsors and FHWA. Finally, the board is asked to fully authorize and direct the president of TBTA or her designee to take such steps as may be necessary or desirable to implement the Central Business District Tolling Program after execution of this required final agreement. As I reported to the TBTA committee earlier this week, the TBTA team has worked very hard over the past few months to ensure readiness for congestion pricing implementation, and we will continue to do so until further notice. The resolution is included in the board materials here for reference.
Okay, just at the risk of being duplicative, Paige is going to read the resolution, and then we'll have a motion, and then we'll have discussion. Paige.
Yes. It is recommended that the board adopt and approve the following resolution. Whereas on March 27, 2024, the board authorized that the Central Business District Tolling Program, CBDTP, shall be implemented by the authority in or about June 2024, and fully authorized and directed the president of the authority or her designee to take such steps as may be necessary or desirable to implement the CBDTP in or about June 2024. And whereas New York State has subsequently announced a pause to the implementation of the CBDTP, and whereas the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act of 2019 remains in effect while the program is paused, and whereas the board has considered all of the above, now therefore, upon motion duly made and second, the following resolution is adopted by the board. Resolved that the board recognizes that the CBDTP will not be implemented in June 2024, due to the pause in the program. And be it further resolved that the date of the implementation of the CBDTP is hereby extended from in or about June 2024 until after such time as the execution of the legally required tolling agreement among the project sponsors, New York State Department of Transportation, New York City Department of Transportation, and TBTA, and also by the Federal Highway Administration. And be it further resolved that the President of the Authority or her designee is hereby fully authorized and directed to take such steps as may be necessary or desirable to implement the CBDTP until after such time as the required final agreement has been executed.
Okay, it's a mouthful, so I'll make the resolution. May I have a second? Mr. Jones. There's a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded. Comments, questions? I'm going to just keep tabs. We have Mr. Jones, Mr. Garodnick, Mr. Chu, Jones, Garodnick, Chu, Joshi, Mack, Lopez, Soren, I'm sorry, Valdivia. Okay, Mr. Jones. And
So-
I see Mr. Zuckerman waving his hands on Zoom. I'm going to put him in the middle because I
That's
obviously
right.
overlooked him and he was
Speak.
waving. All right, Mr. Jones.
I'm going to obviously vote in favor of the resolution, but I'd like the record to reflect my concern for the constituency, my agency, my day job, which representing the working poor of the city of New York. They need this system for getting to work, getting to school, and doctor's appointments. My agency has, Community Service Society has issued 2 reports showing that there's virtually no impact among the working poor of the congestion pricing plan. And for that reason, I think I don't want them to be the issue, oh, you're hurting the working poor. There is no evidence that it does. And I think we have to be understanding, however, their risk is enormous. They can't get to work, they can't get to doctor's appointments, and they can't get to school without the system fully operational. And so, I will vote obviously in favor of it, but I am deeply concerned about the threat to the viability of this system, particularly for the third of New Yorkers who are at or near poverty.
Mr. Garodnick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to note that I was listening carefully to the public comments and certainly will listen to the others that have been recorded and also on Monday. And we've heard from a lot of people who were disappointed in the pause and have encouraged the MTA to take steps to simply proceed on its own. And I think that, as it should now be abundantly clear, while the state law remains in effect, there is no path for the MTA to proceed and no switch to be flipped by the board without the cooperation of the state of New York and all project partners and a signed tolling agreement. There's no vote that could be taken today that would change that reality. So our collective responsibility here is to the MTA and to the riding public, ensuring that New Yorkers have a fast, safe, and reliable transit system. New Yorkers deserve nothing less than world-class transit, and it is our responsibility to deliver that under any circumstances. Needless to say, that gets a little harder with a significant shortfall of at least $15 billion in our 2020 to 2024 capital program. And for New York City residents, that would have meant more reliable, frequent trains through modern signalizing technology, Phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway expansion, and important accessibility upgrades. As board members, I believe that it's our responsibility to ensure that the system is running and with a funding gap to make necessary amendments to the capital program in a way that protects its continued success. It's also to ensure that the MTA's current capital program, as well as its next one, is funded. There has already been some discussion about how the state might fill the funding gap, and I am all ears. We will look to the governor and the state legislature for their creativity and their support. And in that regard, I want to be clear that the financial burden of this shortfall must not fall solely on the hardworking residents and businesses of New York City. The funding provided from congestion pricing was set to be a shared responsibility across everyone who benefits from the MTA regional network. The MTA provides a massive benefit to the entire region, and the cost of its capital plan is therefore a shared responsibility. I want to thank you, Chair Lieber, for your leadership throughout your tenure, but especially over the past couple of weeks, and everyone at the MTA and across government for their hard work to address the current dynamic. It is no secret that I've long supported congestion pricing as a concept. I voted in support of it as a council member more than a decade ago, and I continue to support it today. Of course, the paused congestion pricing program would also have delivered benefits beyond the capital plan: cleaner air, safer streets, and less time stuck in traffic. And these are important issues that should still be a priority and something that we should not lose sight of. And I look forward to working with the governor, the mayor, you, Chair Lieber, the federal government, and my colleagues here on the MTA board to find a path forward. And I will be supporting the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give Mr. Zuckerman, who's been politely waiting remotely, a chance to intervene. Mr. Zuckerman.
I'm sorry. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry I cannot join you today. I'm in Europe at a client event. Obviously, it's wise to push the date, and thank you for the administrative and operational thought on that, Chair Lieber. But it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. You know, as the chair of finance, I think it's my responsibility to take our fiscal sustainability as my #1 role. I just want to read our key responsibilities as a committee are the following. It's to review the annual budget and ensure that the MTA operates on a self-sustaining basis. #2 is to monitor the compliance during the fiscal year with our budget. It's to review, thirdly, the financial requirements of the capital plan. And fourth is to review the proposed plan to meet the financial requirements of our capital needs. And, you know, I voted for congestion pricing 3 months ago, and I voted because the benefits outweighed the risks. I did state, and I know our colleague, Mr. Mack, thinks the same, that I was not thrilled to add a new expense on any New Yorker. That's an expensive place to live. We see it in our home prices and our food prices, but the benefits I thought were necessary. And so the problem now is that we're no longer going to be in compliance with our budget. And now our financing is deviating from our needs. And so we have to raise the clarion call, which we all are, and you are certainly, Chair Lieber, about the challenges we face. And I agree with Dan. We're going to look to the creativity of Albany for this. But the reality, and I want to make clear to everyone listening, not just our board members, but the public, we are not just affecting the capital plan that Jamie and Tim explained and the unbearable choices that we have to unwind now that we thought we were supporting. We're now going to see, and you'll see this in July, you're going to see real impact on our operating budget. That only a few months ago, we were so proud of Albany's support to have 5 years of a balanced operating budget. That will no longer be the case due to several things that were discussed at Monday's lightly attended finance committee meeting, but we'll bring forth with great intensity and conversation, I'm sure, in July to the July plan. But make no mistake, we are not only harming the long-term implications by this move, we are actually harming the near-term implications for our financial situation on our operating budget. It's not just fare evasion, as a number of people mentioned during our public speakers, which, although we are very concerned about fare evasion, there are many other implications from the loss of this $1 billion a year that will directly affect our operating budget. And that we will also need creativity for. And that is of deep concern to me. It should be of deep concern to those of us who care and rely upon mass transit. And it should be of real concern, as I think Comptroller DiNapoli identified, it should be of real concern to those in Albany that we were on some extraordinarily solid footing a year ago. And now in the last couple of weeks, the footing is definitely unsteady. So thank you for letting me speak. And I again apologize for not being there in person.
Okay. Ms. Joshi?
Hi. Good morning. First, I just want to start out with a huge thanks to the multitudes of hearts and minds of people at the agencies and leaders that went into setting up the nation's first congestion tolling program. Like many of us on the board, I wear multiple hats. One as Deputy Mayor of Operations for New York City, and two as a voting member and a fiduciary to this board. Congestion pricing is a subject where both of my roles are very much aligned. In my role as Deputy Mayor, I oversee agencies that aim to make New York City cleaner, greener, more resilient to threats of climate change. Congestion pricing promises to do the same, with the added benefit of getting millions of people where they need to go every day, every hour, and every minute. It also promises a steady stream of revenue for the MTA Capital Program, funding projects that protect and improve our transit jewel. For the better part of 5 years, the promise of this funding stream has been foundational to MTA's fiscal future. With the pause, we must review options for funding and for policy rollout. I suggest that we add to the mix of options on policy rollout a period of transition for the congestion tolling program, a possibility that was raised by the federal judge in his recent opinion, dismissing several claims challenging the program. Exploring this embedded path forward is, in my opinion, prudent work. A transition period presents an opportunity to consider change at a pace that works for working people, especially our shift workers, nurses, MTA transit workers, the men and women who literally drive the system, professional drivers, such as taxi drivers, truck drivers, and for-hire drivers. And transition is a path to policy rollout, but it doesn't fully address near-term funding gaps and identifying those sources and impacts of these gaps on the capital budgets. This is an issue that this board has an obligation to pay close attention to. Transparency is key, and new funding sources cannot fall solely on the backs of New York City residents. Our transit system is a regional treasure. Moreover, long-term, reliable funding streams are vital, and without funding certainty, it's impossible to plan, as the two presentations demonstrated, and to mitigate rising capital costs instead of us becoming subject to them. Getting major policy change done is an endurance sport. When you hit the inevitable wall, the true test of perseverance kicks in, and when you get past it, which I'm sure we will, the finish line breaks on the horizon. Having come this far together on the journey, I'm confident that all involved, the MTA, the state, the city, will continue to work together and get across the finish line. And in doing so, we'll meet the urgent goals of funding transit capital work, addressing affordability concerns, reducing the harmful impacts of traffic congestion, and most of all, ensuring a better New York City for our children and theirs. And I look forward to being part of the road ahead. Thanks.
Mr. Chu, followed by Mr. Mack.
Maybe this could serve as a response to the aggregate thousands of emails that all of us have been getting, for people who have mistakenly thought that we could, unilaterally move forward with the congestion pricing program. We serve a very specific role in this. It's been mentioned several times that this was, voted into law. And our job was to provide, as a board and as an agency, to provide, due diligence, devise a plan, and implement congestion pricing. I had my role in that. I think it's worth over and over again recognizing, the work that the staff, did on this. The incalculable hours, the lost sleep, time away from family. This was very much, a marathon sprint to get this ready in time, and it was, and it is ready. but we can't just move forward with this. But I also think it's important, even though we have a specific role, some things we have a duty to that we don't feel so passionate about, and other things we develop a passion for. And I can speak for myself. Congestion pricing was really meant to solve for three things on a high level. Safety. Anyone who's driven in the central business district realizes that it's becoming more and more difficult for emergency vehicles to get around, for anyone to get around, and that creates a very acute safety issue. Not to mention, the testimony we heard from people in public comments from traffic deaths. The second was one we've just had a very somber conversation about. The reverse of it, which is driving investment for public transportation. If you want public transportation improvements in your communities, and that, I'm speaking to the entire region to echo the deputy mayor's sentiments, you need to prioritize public transportation. And congestion pricing represented, perhaps the policy in our generation that represented that the most, and juxtapose those two conditions side by side. And thirdly was, the environmental, and climate benefits. And I think it's worth restating, what I said several times during our vote, and both at, my confirmation hearing for my last appointment. I'm a climate professional. I've been working in this space for 20 years, and I truly came to believe that my role in this and getting congestion pricing in effect would represent perhaps and it was humbling, perhaps the single most important thing I could do to benefit the climate, and that's waking up every day, at 3:30 in the morning, and working on climate issues every day, and I'm still proud of having cast that vote. I hope that this can still move forward. But we do have to recognize we do have a specific role in this. We cannot move forward with this unilaterally, and I hope that cool heads prevail over time, and we are able to do this and do it and be a leader in this, because we are New York. We knew, we sat through. I personally sat through, and and I sat through a portion of it, 7.5 hours of public comment, and listened attentively to many different people. And I felt pain. There were people. It's worth mentioning that those that did show up were, significantly in favor of moving forward with congestion pricing. Of course, there were, some that were, did explain the hardship it would provide to them. And we felt that. And still after that, you heard through those scenarios and realized, there were many solvable scenarios to a lot of them, and some of them we addressed. There were exemptions that were developed to accommodate for some of these, and this was always going to provide discomfort, right? This was a big policy, and I've heard suggestions that congestion pricing, they should start with a smaller toll. This was a significant behavioral modification initiative, the biggest one that we've seen in a generation. And without discomfort, you cannot have, you will not get the behavioral modification you will see. So until we have the stomach for that, until we have the stomach to understand that we are not going to get the change that we are looking for without creating some form of discomfort, we're not going to be able to move policies like this forward. So I do want to close by asking a very, very specific point on the motion to understand it, because I don't take this as an insult page. It's a little lawyerly, specifically the last part. I want to read this to say that should all of these the pins in the cylinder line up, and us being the last one, that once the tolling agreements are in place, we will be. I want to just know that that means as per this reso, we will be definitively moving forward with congestion pricing, assuming all the other factors line up.
Yes, once a fully executed agreement is in place, you are authorizing the president of the authority or her designee to move forward. Yes.
Great. Then I'm glad to support the motion. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Mack.
Okay. Well, number one, I applaud the governor for postponing this. As I did before, I voted against congestion pricing. I've been here a long time. We all got a memo of other ways to fund this capital program, which I am in favor of. In London, it worked, but it hurt the business district. That's what we don't want to happen. We don't want any detrimental fallout with all of the lower Manhattan. Yes, congestion in that area, and I travel it, I have many friends, but there is absolutely no enforcement of the parking regulations, the bike lane. Just coming here today, they just go right through the red lights. No one cares. The other thing that I feel is there's many ways, hopefully, to fund the capital program and not kill the lower Manhattan business. So, in my long-term picture, I cannot vote for this resolution.
Okay, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make it clear that a yes vote on this resolution is not an endorsement of the pause to the congestion pricing program, but rather a confirmation that the MTA is eagerly waiting to implement the program as soon as the tolling contract is signed by all parties involved. I vote yes because I continue to be in full support of congestion pricing and want to see it come to full fruition. As a board member, I take my fiduciary responsibility seriously, and I am extremely concerned as to how we address the $15 billion gap in our current capital program. How does the MTA recoup the money already spent on program implementation and related costs? How do we keep up with our state of good repair projects? And of course, how will all of this impact our operating budget right now and in the future? Decisions have consequences. Abrupt decisions taken, such as this pause, cause turmoil and fear. As we anxiously await to hear from the governor as to what sources of funding will be identified or created to address this gap, I set aside my personal frustration and come ready to work with my fellow board members, with Jano and everybody here at the MTA to address and respond to each of these consequences caused by the pause. I would be remiss if I did not thank all of the concerned New Yorkers who reached out to us in the last 2 weeks. They took the time to express their frustrations. Most of them were upset about congestion pricing not moving forward, but we did receive a number of folks who were in support of the pause, and we appreciate everybody's participation and their advocacy efforts. As Jano mentioned earlier, we are New Yorkers to the core, and we will reset, refocus, reprioritize, and move forward accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Soren?
Thank you. I am one of the newer members to this incredible board and honored to serve as the voice of my beloved borough of the Bronx. The work that I have seen from this team at MTA and the work and discussions of this board is nothing short of incredible. While listening to all individuals who testified mostly in favor of congestion pricing, I was very proud and continue to be proud to vote in favor of congestion pricing for many reasons. Environmental benefits, cleaner air, less traffic, newer trains, better service, upgrade to our stations, which make us feel safer. The commitment of finding other funding is important while we all wait for congestion pricing to be put back on track, pun intended. This state has always been a partner to the MTA, and we are grateful for the funding that has assisted the financial portfolio to keep us running efficiently. Will there be an equivalent funding source that will keep the capital projects moving forward? As they should, that remains to be seen. Will there continue to be a stable, consistent form of funding for this congestion pricing? Again, remains to be seen. That being said, as a representative of businesses in my borough, higher taxes that add additional burdens to our small businesses who have already faced unbelievable costs and regulations to run their business is not an option. My fiduciary responsibility is not only to this board, but to those businesses that look to me to advocate on their behalf. I look forward to the continued conversation to resolve what is a crisis to our transportation system, and I am sure, as stated by my other colleagues, we will overcome and this will come to fruition. Thank you.
Ms. Valdivia, followed by Ms. Mahaltzis.
Great. Thank you so much. You know, over the past, I think Tim Mulligan said it's 21 days. I've spoken with many of you, and I have definitely, you know, I'm a longtime transportation professional. I've been in this space for almost 20 years, have worked at the MTA, have worked at the Taxi Commission, and have worked at the Port Authority. The incredible duty of care that my fellow board members have brought to discussion has really upheld my faith about the future of public transit, even though we are facing a setback. So I just first want to give my thanks and kind of just feeling in awe of some of the folks that I've really worked with here alongside, whether it's making statements or doing things behind the scenes, we all have our role to play and have been really appreciative. So no surprise to anyone here, I want to reaffirm my commitment to congestion pricing as the forward-looking policy to center people in our city. The discussion we're having now, it feels that it's going to have generational impact because all transit decisions are generational. Believe me, I know. Once upon a time, I was a young staffer working on what we call ARC, Access to the Region's Core, the Hudson River Tunnel project, the precursor to the Gateway Tunnel project before it was canceled. Today, this week, last week, New Jersey commuters suffered every day due to decisions made in the 2000s. So we are at a generational moment. Really appreciate the deputy mayor calling the tough policymaking that we do an endurance sport. Definitely feel that marathon sprint, whatever the idiom that we want to use is. Similarly today, right, there was once a plan, it has different iterations now, but there was once a plan in, I believe it was 2018, when I was a younger staffer at the MTA, less gray hairs, once called Fast Forward. And it was an action plan to upgrade our dilapidated subway and bus system with a focus on signaling. That program is now at risk. That's years of work. Our children, my toddler, she will bear the costs of what we do today, tomorrow, and this year. So that's why I believe congestion pricing is this really necessary regional policy. It's been vetted in New York City for decades under multiple administrations. It succeeded in places, as we heard from our public commenters, in Stockholm, London, and Singapore. It's proven to reduce pollution and traffic and improve road safety. Even climate leaders have reached out from across the nation, Sierra Club, Evergreen Action, League of Conservation Voters. They believe that we need, in New York City, a swift implementation of congestion pricing. And today, you know, it came out that not moving on this could put 100,000 jobs at risk. I guess it's job years, as Jamie clarified. Climate policy is a jobs plan. So given the meticulous and deliberative and thoughtful process that we as the MTA, and I want to give the kudos to staff, and the board went through, I really want to understand how we can move on this policy. I am proud to be a fiduciary and a steward of our incredible transit system alongside all of you. But as I understand it, and as Allison just noted, we are ready, willing, and able to implement with the nearly $600 million in infrastructure that we invested here. But we're in this catch-22, I think, as other board members have said. And this is where my transportation policy brain comes in. For us, my understanding is for us to move forward and toll federal aid highways, in this specific scenario, we need that consent from the state of New York to enter this pilot program. It's a federal pilot program called the Variable Pricing Pilot Program, established by the Bush administration. Or no, established in 1991 and then expanded under the Bush administration. Because actually our legacy national highway policy is anti-transit. So we have more work to do than what's happening in this region specifically. But the federal government never really allows tolling revenue to go and subsidize transit, except for this, through this unique pilot program. So what a world. The conversation recently has really revolved around burdens of drivers. Yes, who will think of the drivers? But I can guarantee drivers are also livid that New York City is the world's most congested urban area in the world. They hate it too, right? This costs our city $9.1 billion in lost time per year. Why wouldn't we want people to move quicker into New York City, through New York City, go to New York City? But let's get back to riders. You know, Commissioner Gorodnick says, we're here for the riders. At the end of the day, that's who we're here for, transit riders. There are millions of people who use our system. Doesn't matter if it's a pandemic, a recession, a climate emergency, or a flash flood of the day, they're using the system. And there are people waiting countless minutes. I was there this morning. Thank you, Frank, for my great bus service. But there are people waiting at 7 a.m., at 6:30 a.m., wishing for more buses, wondering why our subway public address system doesn't work, why we have so many inaccessible stations, wondering why the 7 line can't get 3-minute headways, why they can get it, but my beloved Q train may not be able to now. So what is the cost? And who will calculate the cost of those minutes for them? Who will speak for them? I think we speak for them. I'm a proud Brooklynite. I'm an immigrant. I'm a mom. I'm a Latina. I support transit. And I'm really proud to know all of you and how committed you are all to transit. Some of you may know I worked once upon a time at the MTA. I know hundreds of employees, field personnel who have worked countless hours to get us ready. I really want to thank you. We're not done, so stand by. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Mahaltzis, followed by Mr. Brown and Mr. Mack again.
Allison, Kathy, the hardworking staff that has gotten us to this point, thank you very much for all the great work that you've done. As long as I've been on the MTA board, whenever there was a problem, our governor and our state legislature always came to our aid. We're one city, one state, one transit system. We can't do everything by ourselves here at the MTA. We need a team to help us solve our issues. I have confidence that our governor and our state legislature will be part of the team that would help us find the solution to our shortfalls. So I support the resolution, and I think we should move it.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, each one of the speakers sends me in another direction. I was perfectly willing to keep my mouth shut, but the last one is that rumors of our demise are greatly exaggerated. And I think that's Mark Twain. But this is catastrophic in many ways to me. It just many years going into this and fighting for it all along. It's very, very difficult to take. However, we got to remember this capital plan. The MTA is going to go to another capital plan, and if we got some whiz-bang ways to fund the next capital plan. Joe Lotus sent out a very thoughtful thing on a sales tax, which most of us don't like because of the inherent regressivity of the sales tax. But it's certainly something to think about. There's many ways to fund it. Now, this is the only way that they came up with that also addresses the traffic catastrophe. And then I'd like to address another one of Mr. Mack's points. Like London is some kind of disaster area. I don't go to I go to France. I'm half French, so I go to France. But my family goes to London. My daughter went there on business, and my son goes frequently with his family. And they tell me that downtown London is flush. It's, the businesses are doing great. The streets are full of people, not cars. And even the number of people going through, the throughput, what you miss here is the drivers don't like it, because the drivers, there's fewer of them. But the throughput of human beings, which is who buys stuff in stores, is human beings. Cars don't really spend much in a car. The throughput of human beings is greater. So, where's the story here? The people are off in different worlds. If you live in the car, you think of the windshield as the end of your universe. And granted, the cars now are very nice. They're plush. They block out all the sounds on the outside. You can play nice music while you're riding around. If you're not distracted, you might not kill anybody. But this is the only funding plan that addressed that problem. Now, I'm fully in support of what we have to do here. Waiting is as expensive as I fumbled to say before. But now we are going to move forward into the next capital plan, which is substantial. Have we looked at that 20-year needs assessment? I think it's a serious document written by serious people. But there's a lot of stuff in there that needs to be done. And that's over 20 years. And that's the way you have to plan in these sort of institutions. And I thank you for listening to my rant. My most recent rant.
Okay, at the risk of getting into a back and forth, Mr. Mack wishes to be recognized again.
I want to compliment the staff on all their work. Again, I'm definitely for the capital plan. There's no doubt about it. I'm just, again, reiterating, and hopefully the state, the legislature, which is the state, and the governor, and all the elected officials will come up with other ways to fund this besides the tolling of Lower Manhattan. I want to see the MTA grow. I want to see everybody happy. But there are many other ways that this can be accomplished. We just got to find them. Thank you.
Okay. And yet I'm pretty sure we all voted for the capital plan that included congestion pricing. But okay, I think we've concluded this discussion. There's a motion on the floor. It's been read, many moons ago, but I'm sure we all remember it. And so I'm calling for a vote. All the voting members, please. All in favor, please raise by raise of hands. Aye. Oppositions to the motion or abstentions? Mr. Mack? Okay, the ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Okay. Anticlimactic, but we do have to do our usual board business. Jamie Barbas is not present. Mr. Mack, you want to do the Bridge and Tunnels report?
Mr. Chair, Bridge and Tunnels Committee met on Monday, and there are no items to report.
It's all right. Thank you. Board Member Lopez for Railroads, please.
The Joint Railroad Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are two non-competitive actions, one on behalf of Metro North Railroad for $8.5 million and one on behalf of the Long Island Railroad for $44.6 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Is there a second? Ms. Mahaltzis, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item's carried.
Thank you. This concludes my report.
Transit, Ms. Mahaltzis?
The New York City Transit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 7 actions this month that include 4 competitive miscellaneous service contracts, 2 non-competitive service contracts, and 1 personal service contract modification for a proposed estimated expenditure of $335.9 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Dr. Rizzo, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
This concludes the New York City Transit report.
Deputy Mayor Joshi, may we have the Capital Committee report?
The Capital Program Committee met on Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development has 1 ratification action for $2.9 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second, Mr. Chu, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
This concludes the Capital Program Committee
Finance
report.
Committee, in Ms. Zuckerman's absence, Mr. Chu.
Chair, the Finance Committee met Monday and reports the following. There is 1 action item this month. The action seeks board approval to authorize the payment of the New York State assessment on the MTA and its constituent agencies for the Public Work Enforcement Fund for calendar year 2024. The committee considered this item, however, quorum was not present for the vote. Today, the committee seeks board approval.
I'll make a motion. Any second? Ms. Soren, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Item carries.
The Finance Committee procurement agenda contains 1 competitive item for a contract for small business mentoring program management in the total amount of $5 million. The committee considered this action and now brings the item to the board for consideration and vote.
I'll make a motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Moving to the real estate agenda, there are 2 transactional real estate items. The first is a lease for retail space in the Hartsdale station building on behalf of MTA Metro North Railroad. The second, on behalf of MTA Long Island Railroad, is a license with North Ferry Company for operation of a ferry terminal in Greenport, New York. The committee discussed these items and presents them today for board approval.
I'll make the motion. Is there a second? Dr. Rizzo, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The real estate items are approved.
Chair, this concludes the Finance Committee report.
Okay, that concludes, does not conclude because I overlooked the minutes, and Mr. Albert is standing by at the ready. Oh boy, here we go. I'm going back. Okay. Where? Okay. The minutes of the May board meeting and the minutes from each committee, including the May minutes of the Committee of the Whole, have been distributed to all members. Corrections of the Committee of the Whole minutes that were raised on Monday have been corrected. Are there further corrections or omissions? No. Hearing none, the minutes are approved as corrected and distributed. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Okay. Second, Ms. Lopez. All in favor? We are in adjournment. Thank you.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical, because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors, we make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here, we sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. We have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. It makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains. And it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, you know, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stock room is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stock room itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing
Super important meeting, a lot of substance. I'm sure we're going to talk about it. But I just want to start out by reminding all of us that as big as an issue as the topics that covered the meeting today were, the MTA is not stopping dealing with huge issues, and I think very effectively on many other fronts. One thing that we're watching intensely is crime. This week, again, down versus last year. We're down more than 10% for the year versus pre-COVID, and continuing a very positive trajectory. Thank you, NYPD. G-Train shutdown is starting on Friday night. We're totally focused on making sure that incredibly complex, challenging, but super important project that's going on this summer is a success. Really transit-dependent community, and we're very focused on that. We had a record ridership on the Long Island Railroad. There's good news in the transit system, even as folks' attention is on some of the challenges we're facing. But there is good news. 271,000 riders on Wednesday on the Long Island Railroad, barely, I think, 15% down versus pre-COVID. Amazing. And I just want to underscore that given what New Jersey Transit and Amtrak were going through, I'm very proud that the MTA, having taken the position that any bus or subway car that didn't have adequate air conditioning was going to be pulled out of service. 99% of our subway cars were fully operational, and we put on almost all the bus service as well. So that is why state of good repair matters. It's because when you get a heat wave going, you got to be able to provide service. Rain or snow, sleet, gloom of night, as the old post office saying has it, and we did during that tremendous heat wave. So there's good stuff happening, and now I'm ready to, with the assistance of the one and only Tim Minton, to take your questions.
All right, let's start with Andrew Siff from WNBC. He's up in the balcony today, sir. Andrew.
A couple of the board members brought this up, the idea that moving forward with congestion pricing on June 30th wouldn't be possible despite some of the theories that there's a fiduciary responsibility, whatever the theory was. I'm just wondering if it came up, if you guys game planned for a scenario where let's turn it on anyway, let's force someone at the state to stop us, either by going to court. Did that come up as a scenario?
Absolutely not. I mean, listen, we live in the real world. Doing a congestion tolling program on federally funded highways requires the United States government to approve it, period, end. And in order to get U.S. government federal approval, you need the state of New York's approval. That is what's not happening as a result of the pause. So we're not coming up with plans to go rogue and have a coup against the state of New York. It's nonsense. What we're doing is being businesslike and just making sure, number one, that we're protecting ridership and service, and number two, that we remain ready to implement congestion pricing when the temporary pause, as it's been described, is lifted.
All right, next up is Newton Jones Burkett, the third from Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Newton.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Lieber, some of the language that you used in your address to the board today, and in some of your other comments, sort of went beyond the notion of a pause. It almost sounded as if you're trying to portray this as a really temporary thing. You even said that you want to make sure that the gantries are in what you called operating order, so we could essentially flip a switch when this pause is somehow lifted. Are you giving supporters of congestion pricing false hope?
Listen, all I can do is take the governor and the state of New York at their word that it's a temporary pause. And we are obligated under the state law to implement congestion pricing if it becomes available, if it becomes possible with the federal approval. So we're just, like everything we do, we're just being businesslike and following the law, and we'll see what happens.
It does sound, though, in fairness, as if you are portraying this in your use of language, again, as a really temporary thing. It's not going to happen this weekend, but maybe it'll happen in a month or 2 months or 6 months or a year.
Newt, with all due respect to your literary interpretive skills, I don't know that I would engage in a debate about what the meaning is. I've just told you what we're doing, which is we're following the law, which says that congestion pricing is the law of the state of New York, and we're and putting ourselves in a position to implement it when the pause is lifted.
All right, speaking of literary interpretation, we got Nolan Hicks right there from New York Magazine. Nolan.
Hey, how are you? What have you learned over the last 3 weeks?
I learned that the MTA is incredible, is blessed to have incredible professionals who rise to the occasion when challenging projects are put in front of them. That's what you saw from Jamie Torres Springer and Tim Mulligan today, that really thoroughgoing evaluation of how to resequence the capital program, given the shift in timing, at least, of when money is going to be available. And I've also learned that there are a lot of New Yorkers who are, even more concerned about whether the MTA is going to be funded because it affects the quality of life for them and their hopes for the future because they depend on mass transit. That's what New Yorkers want out of the MTA is great mass transit, modern mass transit, and they are concerned that if we're deprived of revenue, if we're deprived of funding, we won't be able to give them the caliber of service that they want, and they're letting people know.
You said you have to take the governor at her word that she's going to find a way to replace, to fill the $15 billion hole she blew in your budget. Do you agree with that assessment? You said all you can do is take her at her word. What is her word worth?
In fairness, you remember that this is the same governor who stepped up and led Albany to a major solution to deal with the MTA's fiscal cliff. That's barely a year ago that she stepped up and, in a huge boost for transit, helped to solve the operating budget deficit that had been created as a result of post-COVID conditions. So I do very much take her at her word, and I know from conversations with her that she's quite passionate about making sure that the MTA projects don't suffer as a result of this, and that she's serious about looking at solutions.
All right, Jose Martinez is here from the city in person today. Jose, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jano. You have at many points.
Where is Jose? Okay, there's okay.
On my usual seat.
Yeah.
You have many times in the past described Senator Schumer as the guardian angel, our guardian angel in Washington, speaking of the MTA. Could I ask you where he's been on congestion pricing, and would he have been able to make the sale on the governor to keep this from going into a pause?
Listen, Jose, Chuck Schumer is leading the United States Senate at an incredibly complicated and some would say perilous time for American democracy. And he has his responsibilities. He does it well. And he also every day looks after the MTA and New York's funding needs. I could never ask more of Chuck Schumer than he delivers for the MTA in New York every day.
All right, we got somebody here for the first time. Mark Gronich there from the Jewish Press, sir. First time at 2 Broadway for one of these. Go ahead, sir.
Vastutzik.
As you know, the federal budget is due October 1st, and Kirsten Gillibrand told me in a report that I did in last week's paper that she will request the $1.5 billion for the MTA in the federal transportation budget bill that arrives in this fall. And everyone keeps talking about the federal government. They talk about the fall. Is Kirsten Gillibrand, who's up for re-election, going to come to the rescue?
We welcome all support from our elected representatives in Washington. I've talked to a lot of them in recent weeks. I've talked to Chuck Schumer. I've talked back home. I've talked to the mayor and the governor. Obviously, I've talked to Congressman Espaillat, Congressman Torres, Congressman Goldman, Congressman Nadler. Everybody is shouldering the wheel to help the MTA in Washington, and we welcome Senator Gillibrand as well.
All right, next is Michelle Kasky down there from Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hi, Jano. So with the presentation today describing the different projects that need to be deferred, that that addresses the near-term deficit in this capital plan. But as you know, the MTA needs to release its next capital plan in October, and again, there's the issue of where's the funding going to come for that plan as well. There's been some estimates. DiNapoli has estimated it's roughly about $25 billion that the MTA will need in new funding for that plan. So what's the next step now in terms of getting that funding for the next
listen,
capital plan?
I've had conversations with the governor about this, and she's focused on, as I said, just in response to an earlier question, the governor's focused on dealing with the $15 billion problem. She's also mindful of the need to address the MTA's capital program, which she said to me is, I don't only want to make sure that the projects that were on the books for the current capital program don't have to be cut. I want to address the MTA's capital needs in the fall. So those are coming together. We have, Michelle, you're with us every month and every day. We've been planning for the next capital program like crazy. We've got that very detailed 20-year needs assessment. We've got board working groups going on, preparing some more of the detail. We are getting ready, and it's clear that there's going to be a lot more than $15 billion that's needed to address not just state of good repair, but the improvement and expansion needs of the MTA. If we're going to do projects like the IBX and many others, we're going to need Albany, with the help of Washington, to step up for the next MTA capital program.
All right, down from Albany, we got Jason Bieferman here from Politico, Albany Bureau. Jason, you're up.
A new face.
I know you're talking about being businesslike, but you're also a human, right, Chairman?
You might not get a unanimous vote in this round.
Well, I want to know what your emotions are in this moment, because listening to your speech during the board meeting, it sounds like you feel like your hands are tied. You said the accessibility impacts break your heart. I mean, do you feel like your hands are tied in this? Is this kind of a duty that you think you have to fill, albeit begrudgingly?
I think you and Newt should develop a psychotherapy practice together. I'm not in the psychotherapy business. I'm in the running an agency with 70,000 employees and an $18 billion budget that New Yorkers depend on, and for many New Yorkers is their single interaction with government every day. And we have to make sure that what we deliver makes New York possible every day at our density, twice Boston and Chicago, 9 times Houston or Phoenix. New York couldn't exist without mass transit. And the reason I get emotional is that for some people, those projects that we're investing in are the difference between being able to take advantage of mass transit and take advantage of New York, whether it's school or a job or medical appointment or whatever, and not being able to get around. So I'm passionate about this. I was attracted to this like when I first got out of college, because for me it's the essence of New York. And so I'm passionate about it. Sometimes that comes through, but mostly we're trying to be businesslike because so many people are depending on us.
But it did break your heart a little bit, it sounds like.
I'm telling you, Dr. Newt, and you should get it together and start charging patients.
All right. Settle down. We're going to Samantha Liebman right there in the center from New York One. Samantha.
So can you discuss the trickle-down effects on the operating budget of this pause? Because there are some, and the governor keeps saying, and you keep saying that...
Use the microphone, please, Sam. Nobody can hear you out there in TV land.
So can you talk about the trickle-down effects on the operating budget? Because you've said, and the governor said, that she saved the MTA from the fiscal cliff for 5 years, but now, the budget could be out of whack and not balanced. Can you just talk about those effects and what you'll have to do to fix that?
In fairness, Sam, that's going to be rolled out in detail. The July plan, as you know, we do a mid-year operating budget report and adjustment. That's next month. But some of the factors that you're alluding to are real, which is if we have to go into the bond market earlier than had been planned in the capital program as a result of the deferral or pause on congestion pricing revenues. That adds to our debt service cost. If we have to do more maintenance on buses or commuter rail or subway cars because we're not buying cars and instead we're extending the life of older cars, that has an impact on the operating budget. There are other ones as well. We're going to get into all that detail next month.
And you say that you've been talking to the governor. What have those conversations been like? Has she offered any creative solutions to the funding?
Again, those are, the solutions that she's going to work on are mostly with the legislature rather than the MTA. So we've talked about the importance of getting solutions, doing it promptly, and you heard me say one of our priorities is, even if we're not in the conversations between her and the legislature, is keeping the projects, even if the projects have to be deferred for now because of the pause, to keep them ready so that when the pause is lifted or when alternative funding is identified and made available, that we can move quickly. That's been the, most of the focus of my conversations with Governor Hochul so far.
All right, if you direct your attention out to the patio, sir, we've got Alfonso Castillo waiting from Newsday. Alfonso.
Hi, Jenna. So I was frankly expecting to see more on the list of deferred projects on the Long Island Railroad that I did. I only saw...
It's because you don't report that we've gotten the whole Long Island Railroad capital program done so quickly,
Good work.
Alfonso.
So there was the Two Queens station projects, and there was something about work and passenger locomotives. But is it the case that there's more stuff that maybe isn't covered in that PowerPoint presentation?
We'll get back to you. I mean, Mulligan and Torres Springer are here. We'll get back to you with specifics. But I'm only half kidding. We are further along on a percentage basis in the Long Island Railroad portion of the capital program than the New York City Transit portion of the capital program. So there's less in play because remember, we're only having to deal with the portions of the program that have not yet been contract awarded. But we'll give you some specifics if you wish.
And if I could return to the conversation that was had among some board members about fleet procurement, and I know Tim talked about how you actually will go ahead with fleet procurement for the Long Island Railroad, and then there was a debate about whether the M3 is going to be kept around longer than planned. Is the issue that you're going to go ahead with some purchases, but maybe not as many as you hoped?
This is an area that is a work in progress. We have multiple purchases, contracts that are in effect where we have options that have not been exercised. We also have procurements underway for different rail cars. Our decisions about which, when we don't have enough money to purchase all the cars that we want, our decisions about which procurements or which contracts to advance in what size are still a work in progress and depend to a great extent on what kind of pricing we're getting in those different business negotiations.
All right, in the center, we got Ben Brockfeld from AM New York. Ben, that's you. You're up. Get a microphone.
Thank you, Tim. Hi, Jano. I wanted to ask you about a statement that just came in over the airwaves, or the fiber optic cables, if you will.
It's Ben, he's been out here talking with you, so he doesn't know about statements that came over the airwaves while he was talking to you, right? Get back to
we can read it anyway. Should I do an indefinite pause for that?
It's a temporary pause, Ben, and I think we're back in business. Go ahead.
Okay. So the governor.
It's just taking a while to get warmed up, Ben.
Okay. Yeah. So where was that?
The throat clearing portion of the meeting is almost over, Ben.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I wrote this down. Okay.
Right.
So basically, the governor.
Why don't we look at the statement and then we'll react to it.
I just want to ask you that the governor.
Really
the governor said the MTA should have, quote, full confidence in future funding streams, and that New Yorkers should have no reason to be concerned that any planned projects will not be delivered. Do you actually feel that way? That as said in that
I
statement?
always take the governor at her word. Next
All
question.
right, let's move on to Evan Simcoe Bednarski of the New York Daily News right there. Evan.
Hi, Jenna. I've got a couple of technical questions, but I'll ask those of the press folks. I wanted to ask you, you are somebody who knows and often invokes the history of this agency. From my point of view, the history of this agency has often been one where there's had to be a decision made between expansion and improvement or state of good repair. We talked last time about old, low, mean distance between failures. There was a sense, I think, among a lot of people in the public and in your office that there was an era where you wouldn't have to choose between those two, and that congestion pricing and funding was a part of that. I also think that it's a fair point that there's often not a stark line between those two. You talk about CBTC, rolling stock, things of that nature. Do you think, even if there's a new funding stream that comes online, has the window closed for that, or is there still a way to get this agency to a place where you can do both at once?
And it's a thoughtful question, Evan. We're expecting that there will be a solution to the $15 billion. The governor, in the statement that eventually Ben got to read to me, did actually say that she's going to do it, and I said I take her to word. So we're looking forward. We're also a business-like organization, so we have to plan for downside scenarios. It's just the nature of running a business of this scale and complexity. But I am optimistic. What has changed, and you're right to point it out, is that we got out of the rut in New York of thinking we could never grow the system. The Second Avenue subway, first phase had many construction problems and things that we've learned from. Jamie and I talked about it a little today. But the Second Avenue subway is an amazing proof point that we can build and expand the system. And people got excited by that. And then ideas like the Interborough Express, the IBX, which would put all kinds of neighborhoods that don't have rail service on the rail service map. People got excited about that. And whatever the shortcomings of East Side access, the fact that we create a whole new service pattern that lets people save a ton of time and gives them much more service and puts a whole new neighborhood on the map for folks who live in Long Island, got people together, all these things together and many others, got people believing that we really can grow this system and create more equity and opportunity throughout the region. And I don't think that corner that we've turned, that we're going back. I think that everybody now hopes and expects that we will continue to grow this system and bring service to places which haven't had as much as maybe they deserve. And that we need to do it in part because we've got to grow housing density in order to have the region survive and housing prices become more affordable for everybody. So for all those reasons, I don't think we're going backward. Expansion is still on the menu.
All right, we're going to go up to the mezzanine. That's Christopher Robbins standing by with the microphone down there from Hellgate. Chris.
Hi. Two quick questions for you. First, the resolution that the board voted in favor of calls for the MTA to be ready to implement congestion pricing as soon as the pause is lifted. Does that include the MTA asking the federal government to send up the VPPP piece of paper? And will that happen soon?
We don't engage in theatrics. The state of New York ain't signing the VPPP. So, we're not asking people to engage in performative behavior.
Okay. And second question is, during the Capitol presentation, there was some talk about extended time periods for if the pause lasted a certain amount of time, certain projects would be affected. A board member asked if that extended time period was 3 months or 6 months. Someone from the MTA answered yes to that question. So is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? What is that? When do we fall into the extended time frame for?
Chris, I think that the question was, when does it start to, bite in terms of impacts to the cost of those projects and the ability to complete those projects in the same cost and schedule as previously projected. And there's no, the answer is there's no absolute timeline for that. As you put projects off, obviously inflation has an impact. The capacity of, frankly, the whole city to accommodate certain kinds of outages, right? Like the whole system, how many outages you can do at the same time. A lot of the planned work is planned very carefully so that we're not disrupting the system too much, or even the streetscape if we're doing construction at the street level. So time, the old saying was, time wounds all deals when I was in the real estate business, but time wounds all projects. It's not a bright line about how much for every project. It's not the same, and there's no bright line about when those impacts start to be maximized.
All right, we're moving over to Steve Nesson. He's down there back in the patio from WNYC, Gothamist, On the Way newsletter, Nesson and Gusa right there.
Hello, Chair Lieber. I have a very specific question that maybe you or someone can answer, but in the presentation today, I think it was noted 5 stations are not getting a facelift. Can you say exactly which stations and how they were chosen?
Well, can we just get back to you on it? We don't know the... We're going to go through the paperwork. Okay.
Okay, that was it? Fabulous. Let's go to Greg Mucker, who's back there from Pix 11. Greg, you got a question today? He's in the back row there, sir.
Chairman, the MTA will continue to run. The buses will continue to run. I guess, could there be a takeaway that, the status quo, it will hold? And we'll figure things out at a later date. So did you find yourself kind of walking that line between being both urgent with it and also reassuring that that things would continue?
I think, Greg,
what we're used to.
I think that the point is that we're planning in a business-like way for all scenarios, both going forward with the capital program as planned, and also the very worst scenario that, notwithstanding the commitments that have been made and the intention that the money doesn't show up for some time. So we plan for both scenarios, which is in fact the business-like way to handle these things. But the bottom line is you're right. We are going to continue to provide service, and we're determined to make sure it's really good service and hopefully keeps getting better, even as we're working through all these complicated issues.
All right, we go to Dave Colon right here from Streets Blog. Dave.
That is the name of the website. Jano, I had one for you and one that Kevin probably has a better maybe opportunity to weigh in on in some technicality. So for one, we have this need for another capital plan funding stream, and those discussions are going to be ongoing. Last year's budget chat had resulted in a PMT increase only in New York City. One of the floated replacements for congestion pricing money was raise the PMT only in New York City. How important is it going to be for you and the rest of the MTA and maybe other legislators to explain, convince legislators in the suburbs, in the Hudson Valley, that this is a regional issue and that it can't all just fall on New York City?
So we heard from some of our board members passionate feeling about that issue, for the board members appointed by the City of New York in particular. But generally, the MTA has to be a little bit agnostic about what the structure of the funding sources that are ultimately deployed to support the MTA capital program is. It's just in the division of labor. It's not our job to decide what the legislature and the governor decide. But that said, you know pretty well our view that this is a regional system with huge benefits for our suburban customers who use the commuter rail, as well as for people who live in New York City, and that the subsidies that go to the railroads, especially Long Island Railroad, are as big or bigger than those that go to New York City Transit, and that would suggest that everybody needs to participate in the end in supporting this great system.
And then maybe, Kevin, you want to weigh in on this here, but, what kind of qualities does any kind of new funding source for the congestion pricing replacement, what would it have to have? Is it just, here's $1 billion a year? Is it something that is maybe more instantly bondable? It is something that, what are the qualities of that makes it a useful and good replacement funding stream?
Sure. So I think the most important characteristic is that it's a recurring revenue stream, that, you know, there's either it's dedicated for a long period of time, because of course we're looking to bond it for the long term to raise the $15 billion. Now within that, you know, there's obviously dedicated taxes or have certain qualities, and congestion tolls have other qualities, which I think we can work with. But I think the issue is that for us to commit against $15 billion in projects, we need a long-term funding source in place that can support that. We can deal with, you know, the different qualities of the revenue stream. So for example, getting a commitment to say, well, here's just some money for 1 year, commit to the projects, and that'll meet some of the cash flow, that wouldn't be sufficient versus needing something recurring and long-term.
Is that $1 billion a year from the general fund, is that realistic, or?
If it was, like he said, long-term, the key phrase was long-term. So a commitment from the state of New York, with the state of New York's credit for $1 billion a year for up to 15 years qualifies as a long-term commitment, versus an appropriation of $1 billion for 1 year, just different.
All right, closing out the questioning today is Caroline Spivak of Cranes, New York. She's in the mezzanine, sir. And Caroline, you're up.
Hi, Jano. There's a lot of concern right now in the contractor community that have, firms that have worked to hire up staff in anticipation of projects and procure materials in advance of projects. So I'm wondering if you can, share, the number of stop work orders that that the MTA has sent out to projects and how many it anticipates to send out in the coming weeks, and B, what's your message right now to the MTA's construction partners?
The question of how many of your first question, we're going to have to get back to you on. My message to the contracting community is we love how much progress we've made together in terms of making projects, structuring projects that were able to be delivered on time and on budget, or in many cases below budget. And we view this as a partnership, so we do need to keep working together. Part of that is to hopefully resolve the funding question as soon as possible, so they can have the confidence that the work is going to go forward. And we're very much in sympathy and in alignment with the contracting community, although you'd never know it for the arguments that happen at the conference table.
All right, thank you, Jano. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon from Lower Manhattan. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. There is, no, we're not going to go for seconds.
Excessive.
But Anna Lay from
Excessive
the New
politeness
York Times,
from the New York Times.
New York Times was hidden behind others. Apologies. That's on me. Anna, you're up.
Is this working? Okay. I want to ask, does the board have to vote on the changes to the capital plan? And more broadly, how final are the adjustments that we saw today?
The answer is that is very much a work in progress. Whether we're going to have to make a formal capital plan amendment, whether we can just make these sequencing adjustments, and that will give us, that's somewhat of a kind of board governance issue, Anna, to be perfectly honest. But the factual issue is we are, as I say, sort of resequencing the capital program. So whether we formally amend the capital program or not, the projects that are going forward at the front of the line now are the state of good repair projects, and the other projects are kind of being moved down the priority list. So the mechanics TBD, but the practical reality is what it is.
So you're really just updating the board today on something that's happening?
Yeah, they needed to understand what's happening and the substance of it. I think our team did an amazing job of conveying that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks everybody. We're done here in Lower Manhattan. Thank you.